did not register my thingy. Hi chat, how are you? Oh, I see. This is a different one. That's the problem. There we go. Oh no, I made one. I'm so smart. I didn't even need to do that. Never mind. Oop. I'll just need to remember that. Okay. It just never changed. My mic is different. Actually, this is a point. So, well, how does it sound? Does it sound okay? Question mark? Okay. Well, no, it's not about fixing my mic. There was nothing wrong with my mic in stream before. It was just a little loud. It's so close to Amaya now. Do I sound really loud? A smidge more robotic. Okay, well, here's the thing. So I've gotten really fucking sick of my Discord just shitting the bed somehow every single time I talk in collabs. So I set up voice meter, right? Are you sure it sounds quiet? Okay. I'll turn it up a little bit. Well, to be fair, my gain is really low. My Scarlet. Well, it's kind of loud. Okay, well, let me explain. Calm down, okay? The reason why it sounds different, right, is because I'm testing out different settings and I've been having issues, okay? So I changed my audio in Discord to be voice meter, right? But I was randomly having crackling. So yesterday before my collab, I have my voice meter stuff set up. It sounds good in Discord, right? And then all of a sudden it starts crackling. And I don't know what the issue was. I could not pinpoint it because I don't know what triggered it to... Okay, well, you guys say it sounds robotic, so I'm just not gonna use it, whatever, man. Give me 1 second, I'll swap it out. Okay, there you go. What I was going to do was I was going to test it to see if there would be crackling at any point. But if it sounds that bad, then there's no point. So it's fine. Yeah, because this isn't like... These are the settings I normally use, guys. I was going to use the other one for Discord only. But I wanted to test it here because I don't know what triggers the crackling. So if I could go a while without it crackling, then I could use the other settings for Discord. Because I can't configure Reaper to Discord. There is a way. I had it set up like that before, but of course it randomly broke on me. So unfortunate. I touched nothing and it literally just stopped working within a few days. Yeah, honestly, I don't know why people keep saying it's robotic because I listened to it and from what I heard, it did not sound very robotic. But whatever. How are you guys doing? I'm not gonna lie, I might not stream Bloodborne today because I'm mildly grumpy, if you could not tell, but also my wrist really hurts. So no, I never eat ball right. Perhaps in another world I would be able to sleep correctly, decently. But unfortunately yesterday I went to work right after collab. I went to do some stuff and after I laid down a little bit and I got second wind, and because I got second wind I could not sleep. Okay, you know what, actually I am irritated. I take it back. Hold on. Does it sound that bad? I'm gonna listen. There's no way it sounds that bad. You guys are just fucking dramatic. I will use you as my guinea pigs and take my stress out on you. Yeah, you're fucking anal. That sounds fine, dude. I just listened to it. It's fine. Yeah, it isn't as good as the other one, but the point is, it wasn't supposed to be as good. It was supposed to just be different, so that it was better than Discord audio. Because I have a collab. Yeah, I will take my stress out on you. My blood pressure is rising. Actually, I don't get my blood pressure checked up regularly. I can't remember the last time I even went to the dentist. Yeah. Well, you guys aren't reliable in general, so. Regardless of ears. Here, what we can do instead is this. How does this sound? Oh shit. That's the wrong one. Where is it? Ah, there we go. Oh, now this is super quiet. Holy shit. That's without the compressor. Like, this is with the compressor. Or without. And then I turn it on. And it sounds like this. Maybe it's just a little too... Oh, maybe the gain is too much. Seven. What was that? Oh my god. Copy. Paste. I'll turn it down here. Does this sound any better? What do I feel like doing? I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Honestly, okay, here's the thing. I would stream Bloodborne, but I'm actually kind of getting nervous with how frequent the pain is in my wrist. Dude, I'm always getting trolled. I actually have so much stuff to catch up on. We could do something that's a little less intensive. What would be less intensive? Okay, well, as long as it's not bad, then it's fine. Oh, shoot! I forgot to... What do you call it? I forgot to heckin... do my tasks for today. Ugh, does anyone have any Valentine's Day plans? I should change the thumbnail. Ugh. You know what? I'm just gonna... JK, I'm dying. Not IRL. Titling stream is not my strong suit, unfortunately. Change it to just chatting. Okay, and then I'll do this. And then I'll remove that from that. And then, I don't know. Do I have a Zatsu thumbnail somewhere? Oh, those are my boobs. Holy shit. Sorry, there was some not safe for work art that I got flashbanged by. Hold on, let me clickbait people real quick. You can play Mugenics maybe, but I haven't checked for controller support. Well, then I can't play Mugenics. It cannot be asked to check. I want something easy, where my brain doesn't have to work. This is gonna be the most clickbaity thing in existence. Is this how I know I've become a true YouTuber? Clickbait? Hold on, guys. I've actually never used this art for thumbnail purposes, which is hilarious to me. Like, genuinely never. And it's never even occurred to me either, which is also strange. Okay, okay. Did it update for everyone? Look at the thumbnail right now. Is it... Is it, you know... Did it change? I don't know if it did. Give yourself 3 compliments. 1, I put up with chat. 2, I am patient. 3, I... Damn it, I can't say I'm alive. I am an enduring person. Yeah, it's different because it's different. Valentine's stream title or thumbnail. Would this be considered? No, it's not. Oh, hold on. I need to dress up so I can wear my Valentine's Day accessory. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Nori wanted this for Donathon, I think. Many moons ago. Oh, actually, hopefully within the next few weeks, I'll have somewhat converted my closet to a recording booth, and then I can record some stuff there. Yeah, that art is crazy. What the fuck, Frujo? Frujo, I haven't seen you in months, dude. I hope you've been well. I need to get... Oh, guys. See, that's the thing. People click for the boobs, but they stay for my very wonderful personality. You guys would concur, yes? Were you really 5 minutes behind, dumbass? Why is this just black? What do you mean held at gunpoint? How dare you? I clicked for the Bloodborne though? Yeah, but you're gonna stay for me. Bloodborne is not tolerating my wrists at the moment. I don't know what the issue is, dude. Well, I mean, perhaps I could think of a few things. Mayhaps. But still. Hi, dude. How are you? I clicked for Silk Song, stay for Mimic. Yeah, I haven't even played Silk Song recently. I've been thinking of moving it to members, honestly. But, like, that's a lot. I wonder... You know what I would maybe do? Test this. Membership VODs. Yeah, well, not necessarily VODs, but like membership videos. We'll see. Aw, thank you, Frujo. I hope that you're doing good. Life busy good way, not bad way. What's up, Retro? Have you just tried turning off the compressor on voice meter? Ugh, I really don't want to fiddle with it right now. It's not that much. It's only 0.8. Does this sound that much different? It shouldn't be that much of a...
Is that money for me? Okay, but hear me out. Seal Slammer's stream.
I don't even think it's on... Doesn't make a difference. Muddy in a good way or a bad way. Okay, well, this is without the compressor. Dude, how do I heckin' type this? Oh my. I don't know what I just did. Okay. Not good way. Oh, I should not have touched that. Give me 1 second. I'm not gonna touch it. Oh. It deleted all my settings. Somehow. Or actually, you know what? Maybe it's just not here. I don't have permissions to save in this location. That's crazy. Hold on. I think... No, never mind. Hold on. Oh my god, I almost saved over load settings. There we go. Okay. There we go. Yeah. No, I am gonna test it here and then we'll see if there's any crackling. If there's any crackling, please let me know ASAP so so I can kind of pinpoint the issue. Well, I wouldn't describe it as seasonal. It's more like an event thing. Yes. I want to be done with work and home already. Yo, shit, me too. Guys, I'm going home. Goodbye. Oh wait, I'm going towards you. Wrong way. I'm out of here. And then I'm back again. How do these toxic relationships always find me, chat? How? It's a mystery to me. Actually, you know what I should do? I should gamble. Towards us? Yeah, everybody makes mistakes. Even me somehow. It's interesting. I don't know. I feel like, right? I feel like lately I've been in some sort of limbo. Do you get what I mean? Do you guys feel like you've been in limbo ever since what do you call it? Ever since the start of 2026? Like it feels so trippy, you know? I think they all have a common denominator. What common denominator would that be? Chad is so awful she can't stand 30 minutes with us. Yeah, that's why I'm sitting. Dude, it feels like 2026 is just like a pocket dimension. I know. I cannot fathom the fact that we're already almost 3 months. 3 months into 2026. It feels like it's been 2 seconds. I realize I don't have anything planned. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I feel like I'm just trying to survive day by day. Here, I'll put a... Let's see. Wrist hurt, no blood born. I yap about 2026 instead. There you go. So people have some context that they will definitely most definitely not read. I remember this one time I think I was streaming Hollow Knight or something, right? And I was like, yeah, I put that I won't be talking much or something like that because I was sick, right? At the very top of the screen. And then people were like, "Oh, you're really quiet today." Over and over, and I was like, "Really? Oh, I didn't know." Wow. It was actually the very first time I saw you stream. You keep saying that there were all like these different types of things that you
Is that
found streaming.
money for me?
Yes. Hold on, I'm curious. Let me Google Translate. Google Translate. I see date. And then I see temperature. Well, the Tokyo, cloudy, even sunny. Maximum 11 degrees Celsius. Minimum. What the heck? It's warm. It's so warm for you. That's like peak temperature. Wow. I wish it was that temperature. Actually, no, I don't. I kind of wish it was colder. It's been quite warm lately. But thank you very much. Arigato. I personally think that the ideal temperature for me is probably around maybe like 5 degrees with a slight chill, or 10 degrees but windy. It's nice. Oh, I don't... What is this in American units? Does he just send the forecast over and over? That's kind of adorable. Why can't you guys be that cute? Instead, you are the way that you are. Okay, but you have to understand, it's different standards for me. I'm Canadian. So I prefer it being colder. Hi, you. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream. I'm dying, sorry. Hi, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Amaya. Your snarky Eagle leader here to bully you, and I will because my blood pressure is high right now. So that means I take out my stress on chat. I hope you guys had a great time with Hio. Sometimes I want to pop in when she's playing Minecraft, but then I get shy. What made you change the thumbnail and title of the stream? Guys, it happened! It's been 2 seconds and it happened! Look, it was right here! Ugh. You were here when I said this retro! Oh my god! This happens every single time! Oh my god. To be fair, it's blending with your background. Okay, no one will miss it right here. There you go. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. No one will miss it here. Okay, here. You know what? There. That's true. You guys can't read your phones.
Drink up.
Let me just increase this a little bit. There's no way you won't be able to read it now, right? There's no way. Yo, there's a maximum amount of stroke you can... I'm sorry. It's so funny that there's like a maximum amount of stroke. To me, that's just like hilarious. There you go. If I put it here, then people can read it, right? We'd be really upset if we could read I haven't heard that joke in a long time. No, okay. Oh my god, my mic isn't funky, guys. I'm just testing out different settings. Maybe I'll put on a disclaimer too. So basically, because I keep having mic issues in Discord, right? I'm testing out voice meter in OBS while I'm streaming issues because of the crackling, and I cannot determine the cause. I don't know what happens, but people keep complaining about my mic and it sounds terrible when I'm in collabs. So I'm trying to fix it, but I don't know why it would be crackling. So yeah. I am using you guys as guinea pigs. It doesn't sound terrible, it just sounds different. So you will get what you get. You have big red circle and the guy pointing at it. I think I did that during Bloodborne, and I don't know how much it helped. I put like a big red arrow. You need to bash something in place? Okay, come here, chat. I'm always happy to be a guinea pig. See, that's the attitude I like to see. It provides me immense relief to see that. There we go. The arrow definitely helped me. Did it? I never know what'll help you guys. Here, make it even big. Yeah, anyways, what I was saying basically is that it feels like 2026 is a pocket dimension that I just got shoved into, and I keep getting Ubered from pocket dimension to pocket dimension, and I can't register my sense of time, basically. The Family Guy compilation AI videos behind it. Dude, you know what? I'll give you like Subway Surfers. You want Subway Surfers? Actually, it feels like I'm insulting myself if I put Subway Surfers. As if I'm not like enough for people to pay attention to. And that's not acceptable. Basically, I'm being my own guinea pig and trying to teach an idiot Da Vinci. I didn't register what you said for a second, and I was like, you mean you? You did mean you. You actually did mean you. You don't need Subway Surfers. You're fine. Dude, my mic keeps covering my... CZN autoplay Subway Surfers. Actually, yeah, probably for this chat. Honestly. Hi, Hiko. Dude, you have to make like an auto proof like deck, but you can't do zero. Wait, wait, so what does anyone here have a 0 card deck in CZN? I know some people did before, but it's impossible to have deck now. I think. Oh, actually, no, it's not. I think. Hold on. I think you can actually still get a 0-card deck, but you have to quit out. So basically what you need to do is you need to get like every single card removal event. Right? Yeah, if you don't get the epiphanies. But you would have to get really unlucky or lucky depending. Right? But you can still get a 0-card deck. It's just way harder now. Well, I mean, it was hard before, actually. Because you would need a lot of removes. And now, because the thing is, the conversions count as removes too. So... Oh, actually... I'm trying to think. I don't know. It does look very nice. I clogged up my new Rin deck too much. You would need to get really... I don't know if this is unlucky or lucky. Whether or not you get no epiphanies beforehand. Mind you, start with 4 in game 1 if you got their potential, so you got 5 removed, so you literally need to reach pile on the 0 epiphanies. That's true. Oh, no. Okay, what you could do is you reset your Cassius or you reset your Tressa. You don't take the first potential node, and then you take them into chaos with you. You have the distortion off. You go into like a low tier chaos, and then you just speed through it. Oh my god. There's an achievement in Slay the Spire for winning with a 5-card deck. I feel like this would be the... What do you call it? Speaking of which, guys, Slay the Spire 2 comes out next month. Are you excited? I'm very excited to play it. Where is it? Oh, yes. I feel like it's easiest with Defect. Defect or Silent, probably. I don't feel like it would be very good with Ironclad, because Ironclad has a lot of exhaust. I did it with Watcher. Did you really? What deck were you running? What do you run for Infinite? Really? Wait, what Watcher deck? I don't play Watcher much because I don't know why. I know I say I never get punished, but for some reason I can't comprehend why. I'm somewhat punished when I play Watcher in Slay the Spire. Wrath Infinite. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. Unknown. I keep getting distracted. There's no point in trying to keep one singular topic with me, dude. It's like impossible. Like genuinely. Tantrum, Fear No Evil in Russia. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So much damage too. Can you wait. Can you one turn kill with that? I don't know. Oh, you can't hear me fiddling with my measuring tape. I'm actually so excited to go and like change stuff in my room / office. Oh, that's what you guys meant. Sorry, my brain's still turning on. Oh, yeah, that's true. If you get... yeah, there's just nothing you can do if you get Time Eater. Every time I'm playing Silent and then I see a Time Eater, I'm like, nah, I just wanna quit. Oh, so you can't do Heart with it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's nice trying to rearrange things, and it's nice to adapt your space, you know? What's up, Johan? Especially since I think people don't understand how much your space influences you because it's so subconscious. You know? Like little things just completely change how you feel and you don't even realize it, which is kind of scary in a way when you think about it. Because I don't know if you guys are like me, but like I have a hard time feeling that I'm subconsciously affected by anything. Does this make sense? So when I say this, I mean that it's almost incomprehensible for me to be subconsciously affected by something as a concept, because all of my thoughts are typically very, very conscious, and I'm very aware of like why I feel things, or how this made me feel, or what I want to do about XYZ typically, right? So when something is subconscious to me, that's almost like it's deeply uncomfortable, but it's also very much like awkward, you know? Because I'm not used to what do you call it? It's like I'm not used to not being in control of my emotions, you know what I mean? I just let the voices do the thinking. That would explain so much about you and who you are. What's up, libido? I'm Job. I'm just really tired and my wrist scared to do anything too intensive, so I'm not playing Bloodborne. I hope you're doing well. You're so used to being able to identify your own thoughts. Yeah, like it's like I have to read something without Google Translate, and that thing that I have to read is me, which is kind of incomprehensible. I don't know. Would you guys describe yourselves as like conscious thinkers? How many of you guys have an internal monologue? Let's see. Do you have an internal monologue? Yeah, but click on the poll so I can get engagement. Thanks. I have an external monologue. Okay, when I stream, is that basically me having an external monologue? But I can think things at the same time we're speaking. I was in Discord yesterday, right? And we were doing tests. And the tests that we were doing were basically like speed reading tests, or can you pay attention? So you would look at the circle on the screen and you would have to stay focused on that while other things appeared on screen, right? Or for example, hold on a second. Ew, why would I talk to myself? I already have VTubers. Ew. First of all, wrong too. Just kidding. But second of all, why you say VTubers like it's plural? That's kind of weird. It wasn't the wrong tuber. Why is it plural? That's weird. That's kind of suspicious. You were? I don't know what I was doing. I think you should explain. I fat fingered my liege. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. I have a Shure SM7B. It doesn't sound super sure right now, though, I will say. I have conclusions and unconscious thinking. I tend to silence my head by watching silent or several streams at the same time. You know, I get what you mean, Frog, because I also like to be distracted, because God forbid I am left alone with my own thoughts. She's a bitch. I hate her. It's Neo 2 Amaya streams up and got a max at Twitch and the YouTube analytics. Do some of you guys ever listen to me double on stream? Just like out of curiosity? Sometimes I listen to people double because I'm like, I want to see how out of sync it is. You know? Internal monologue. So intense, I always look locked in. Honestly, I don't know what an internal monologue is, because everyone... Oh, I do or I don't have an internal monologue, right? But... Of course I do. You're still not forgiven. Type better in the future. But, what was I saying? Oh. Fuck, I forgot. Oh, yeah, but like, even if someone says like, oh yeah, I do or I don't have an internal monologue. Ultimately, when internal monologue by their own definition depends. Like, okay, for example, what do you guys define as an internal monologue? Because you'll realize the nuances as you discuss it with other people. Like, oh, this is what you have. This is what you think is an internal monologue. That's not an internal monologue to me. You know? I think out loud a lot and people around me think I'm crazy or that I'm talking to them. Yeah, that checks out. I'm not personally someone who thinks out loud much. If I do, that's just like me consciously choosing to vocalize it. It's not, it's very rarely me just like subconsciously doing it or reflexively doing it. You know, sometimes I'll be like, what? You know, like I'll exclaim that or something. But yeah. Is it worse to have an internal or external monologue? I don't think one is necessarily worse or better than the other, but I do think that one may or may not be more inconvenient for you, depending on the situation, right? Like, for example, if you're discussing something with someone and then you retreat into your own thoughts, but this is supposed to be a discussion with someone else and you need to vocalize those thoughts, yeah, it can be like somewhat inconvenient to have an internal monologue, right? But it's something that you just need to adapt to. Same with having an external monologue. You'll need to know when you cannot vocalize certain thoughts, you know? Internal monologue is when I think things walk through what I want or expect to happen, but I guess I could also be when I'm arguing with myself over what I want or expect. The thing is, usually, unless I make an active effort to speak to myself in my head, it tends to be just like disjointed vibes of feelings. You know what I mean? Like, unless I make an active effort to speak to myself, because I can have voice, like a voice in my head, right? Would you guys describe an internal monologue as a voice in your head? Or would you describe it like, okay, that you're consciously having like just words, explicit words? So for example, for me, typically this is the case, right? I will go about my day-to-day life and I don't usually think thoughts to myself that are, what is the word? I don't usually think thoughts to myself that are explicit words unless I make an active effort. They'll have an internal monologue. I don't know. Maybe I don't. It's weird. It's like I think of the things, but I don't think of the like actual words of what I'm doing. You know what I mean? When you're thinking something for a long time, like vocalizing inside the possibilities count as an internal monologue, right? See, that's the thing. I don't know. Because it's like when you're translating between languages, right? You know that this apple is an apple, right? But maybe the word apple isn't what comes to your mind. You just, when you're learning, I don't remember when I was trying to learn more languages in the past, I remember trying to determine like a 1-for-1 between languages, right? But you're actually not really supposed to determine things as a 1-for-1. You just learn, this is that, okay? It's kind of like nonverbal thinking. It's so strange because it's the same thing, except there just aren't explicit sentences to it. Mine is just constantly talking to myself in the head with in my head with a voice. I don't think I do that. I think sometimes I make a choice to, but I don't typically do it subconsciously. Internal monologue, it's like having a conversation with yourself, right? Not thinking about stuff. I don't know. See? Do you see what I mean, though? We all have different definitions of what an internal monologue might be. I think of it as having a conversation with myself. I do every single sentence talking to me every now and then, but not a real deep thought or anything. Okay. Here, let's have an example. So, I feel hungry. I think I want food, right? When I think I want food, I don't explicitly hear the words, I want food in my head. It's a feeling. Since I want food is correlated. Does that make sense? I don't know if this makes sense. Why do you talk to yourself when you can just think the thing? I mean, kind of. Same thing. It's not like someone has defined what an internal monologue for everyone is. Actually, I'm curious. Let's do some research on this. My suspicion is there's latent space that concepts slash thoughts are in that is not quite subconscious but not vocalized, putting into language shape slash remakes from that latent space. I agree with this. I think that this makes a lot of sense. Hold on. Internal monologue definition. Okay, so here, the general definition, right? Internal monologue, what is, what it means, and more. An internal monologue is an inner voice where you hear yourself talk in your head, but not everyone experiences this. Have I thought I have had an internal monologue this Vint? There's no way. What? Okay, hold on. Okay. Do you think as words, speaking, or images? See, but now that you're asking me, it's hard to remember what I subconsciously do consciously. You know what I mean? I debate myself if it's a good idea to bring it out to the rest of the people when discussing things. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me for most of this chat. My internal monologue is highly brutal. Let me put it this way. It's a tempest of emotions trying to crush me every single day. I think you should see a therapist, Waste. I don't say this in a bad way, but I think it would genuinely be good for you to, like, have somewhat of a safe space that you can discuss things with. You know? I think that everyone deserves that. Unless you pissed me off recently, in which case, fuck you. When someone says apple, do you think of a red apple or a series of frames that comprise bad apple? Oh, obviously the second. What other apples are there? Real apples? Wrong. There's only bad apple. To think or not to think? Chat doesn't even need to think about whether they should think or not think. A thought is kind of like a phrase for me. It's kind of like that too, but it's not like an explicit word. Like, okay, for example, when you read in your head, your voice in your head becomes louder and more conscious, right? I feel like that's a similar concept. I prefer green apples. I don't like them. They're too tart for me. Did you do a streaming daily for Cupidus? I did. Actually, hold on. You reminded me that I need to hydrate. Hydrate. No, it's about the same. It doesn't get louder in your head when you... Or like, it comes to the forefront when you read aloud. Or when you read in your head. So, for example, if I'm reading this thingy, it's like my internal voice goes to the front of the queue. Does this mean I don't have an internal monologue? That doesn't sound right. There's no way. Okay. Are people without an internal monologue capable of hearing their own thoughts? In words. There's a term for this too? Anendophagia. They do not hear their thoughts or words in a traditional sense. For these individuals, thoughts often take the form of abstract nonverbal concepts, visual imagery, or knowing rather than a narrated stream of dialogue. Oh, okay, hold on. No. Aphantasia, you can't imagine visuals. Anendophagia is different. For someone without an inner monologue, thoughts can feel like direct, immediate, or silent process, sometimes likened to a bubble rising in a consciousness, containing concepts and feelings rather than a conversation. Bruh. That's what it's like for me. What the fuck? No. Okay, what is it like then? When you guys say that you have an internal monologue, give me an example of what that looks like in your day-to-day. What's up, Gwimbis? How are you? Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm not an NPC. I have more thoughts than you. I'm overthinking Final Boss. Internal monologue depends on self-reporting and it's become enough of a meme slash ego of intelligence things I remember, but I wonder how much of this is suspect. Honestly, I don't know. I'm just curious about what it means to everyone. I have to concentrate on music or space out to drown out words on thinking. Huh. Yeah, the quest is for you guys to think. I know. This is like an SSS class quest. I mean, for me, the internal monologue is internally thinking about what I would say, then filtering it to what I want to say. This is trippy. I can only describe it as a river, which is either clear or mud, concrete line of thinking, or random full of thoughts. Huh. It's emotional versus rational voice debating. I'm constantly asking myself questions in my head. Okay, when you ask yourself questions in your head, Willow, are these like you hear the words in your head? Or what? Yeah, you need a therapist, Waste. I say this with a modicum of affection. I recommend you get one. I think it would be good for you. You're so good at overthinking, you're overthinking the fact that you can't think. You should stop! Stop! No! Low-key, that's kind of what's happening though. I'm kind of curious though. Because I don't understand. Because it's not like I'm incapable. It's funny because Logs and I actually had this conversation. And he was like, I can't understand people not having like or like I can't comprehend them not having an internal monologue. And I was like, right, dude? Right? I can't understand that either. To me, it's incomprehensible. But maybe it was more comprehensible than I thought. Which it's funny that he has an internal monologue, but he doesn't know how to filter. Logs! Hi, Amaya. Sorry to hear your wrists are hurting. It's lovely that you're doing a yapping stream. You know, I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you, Bex. I hope you're doing well. I wish we could hear your monologue. I don't know. I very rarely have typically like a conscious thingy. When someone shit my bed. Not like I'm hearing voices, but the words are playing out in my head as if I was to say them out loud. It's like I feel like it's a different language. You know? I things most of the time. It's like for me, when I'm reading out loud, for example, it's very different than if I'm just having a thought to myself. So if I'm reading a lot, or like, sorry, reading in my head, rather. If I'm reading in my head, I hear the voice, like I hear the voice in my head, and I hear the words explicitly said. Typically, I actually don't hear the words explicitly said. But I can also make an effort to explicitly talk to myself in my head. Does that make sense? My internal monologue is just me imagining epic anime fights, cute anime oomphies, or loud music. Some of us are built different from others. Mine is... I don't even know. I usually think and feel in vibes, basically. My internal monologue has been written by... Had noise from 2011. Dude, does anyone remember when... like... There used to be all the mobile games for Nyan Cat, and you had to find the best one. So you're reading in my head mode sounds like my default mode. I think so. What do you think when you see a cute girl? I don't think specific words. I just feel like... I think like... cute. But I don't think the word cute. You know what I mean? So do you not talk to yourself that often? No, I don't. This is strange. Okay, I'm gonna do more research on this. Anendophagia. Oh, there's an article on it. Okay, here, let me read this article. If you want to read the article yourself, I will link it here. Another way to feel what you want yourself to know. All right, there we go. Okay, so in this article, right, it says, the assumption that an inner voice is a universal human experience has influenced numerous studies on cognition and behavior. However, anecdotal evidence and personal narratives have suggested that some people do not have an inner voice. This prompted Nadergaard, I don't know how to say this, and Lupian to investigate the absence of inner speech affecting cognitive tasks, particularly with those involving verbal memory and language processing. To select participants for the study, the researchers recruited individuals who had previously completed the internal representations questionnaire and the blah blah blah. The final sample consisted of 93 participants, with 47 having high verbal scores and 46 having low verbal scores. These two groups were similar in terms of age, gender, education level, dyslexia, and first language. The research designed 4 experiments to assess the participants' abilities in various cognitive tasks, with a particular focus on verbal memory and language processing. The first experiment was a verbal memory task. Participants were asked to remember lists of words that were phonologically similar. Example, bought, caught, taught, wart, or orthographically similar. Example, rough, cough, through, earth, through, dough, bow, bow. The researchers hypothesized that inner speech aids in repeating and memorizing words internally. Yeah, this is really long. Okay, actually, it's not that long. Let me go to the end. Okay, but I'm talking anendophasia, not aphantasia. It's different. Let's see. Third experiment involves task switching. The experiments in which we found differences between the groups were about sound and being able to hear the words for themselves. Oh, so it seems like it's a processing thing. I think silently in words and sentences. My imagination has no sounds at all. No voice, no music, nothing but the buzz of tinnitus. Is my silent thinking considered an inner voice in the context of this article? See, that's the thing. You can't define it, right? Let's see. I have like none of the above. No voice, no image, no nothing. My mind is like a black space I could see myself walking through, yet never finding anything but darkness. Wow, how does this get so edgy all the time, dude? Interesting. I don't hear my voice when I'm thinking, but I do find myself thinking in words some of the time. The other day, I told someone I had aphantasia, and she said she couldn't imagine that. And that she hears her voice constantly in her head. What? I don't think that's aphantasia. Aphantasia is images, no? Yeah, it's images. What? I think most of the time I just filter out my inner voice, or my internal voice, but it's there if I think about it. I think that's how it is for me too, Sunbreak. I think the word cute as well as the feeling of cute when you see a cute girl. I think for me it's like very just low-key, subconscious. Don't know if I came too late and you mentioned before, but is your mic okay? You know what? If it's popping, then whatever. I get. I tried. Whatever, man. If it doesn't work tomorrow, then it doesn't fucking work tomorrow. I cannot be asked. Oh, hold on, let me turn it down a little bit. There you go. That should be fine. Let's see. This is interesting. I agree with test. I can't see shit, Captain, but my head is filled with music. How very whimsical. I'm unsure how others who don't think verbally think, but for me it's entirely abstract. I don't visualize as pure abstraction. It's like when you construct a paragraph, you know you can reword it 1,000 different ways while having the same underlying meaning. It's this underlying meaning that I consider or place weight on. I think this is a good way of describing it. Oh, no, it's not sure. It's Hiko, it's not my mic, it's voice meter. My mic is totally fine. Yeah.
It's not, then. By pop, did you mean like it cuts out for a second and then it crackles? Because that's what I was looking for. Which I don't know why it is doing that. But I guess I'll just have to reinstall it and redo all my settings. And then if it doesn't work, then I just give up. It sounds like the crackling of a fireplace. Okay, good. Actually, this is good. Because, oh, well. You know what? Just send me a clip. I'll determine whether or not it's that. I was playing with the tape measure. That was a while ago, but it wasn't being picked up on my mic. So for example, here. You can hear it now, right? You said you were messing with your tape measure, didn't you? Yeah, but it wasn't being picked up though. Like I was looking at OBS when I was doing it. Like this is what it sounds like. Kind of cathartic actually. Yeah, you can hear it now, but the thing is, when I was doing this before, it was... my mic wasn't lighting up in OBS. So... it's different. It's different, chat. Yeah. In my canon, you have an internal monologue. I don't know. I feel like mine is like... I'm capable of conscious thought, but I'm typically more subconscious and like low-key about it. I have many things to think about now, whether or not you have an internal monologue or not. Do you remember most of your dreams? I think I used to a lot more back in the day, but I think it's because my sleep quality was different. It was better, which is hilarious. But like now it's like real bad, you know? Like that was like real bad. It's because you're empathy maxing, dude. Sometimes when I'm watching Spy Family, I just start crying. I start crying watching the opening or the ending, and I'm like, it must be so nice for them to like enjoy things like that as a family. Or I'm like, I think to myself, I'm like, the fact that they could rely on each other like this, so it's so beautiful. Or I'll be like, I'd be like, this, like them being able to, like for example, what's an example with minimal spoiler? Next to you, standing next to you, and next to you. I'm thinking. Oh, sorry, I forgot I was singing. Okay, like for example, when I think of that flashback with Lloyd as like a little babu in season 1, and then I think of the way he is able to look at his family, I'm just like, this is so nice. Like that episode when he was getting the lullaby sung to him, I start crying. I start crying too in the ending where they're all making dinner together in the little galley kitchen, which by the way, galley kitchens are a fucking nightmare. Never get a galley kitchen. I don't know why you would ever want a galley kitchen, especially if you live with multiple people. That's like psychotic behavior. Anyways, when they're all in the kitchen and they're making dinner and you can see how they've like adapted to their normal everyday life. And then I think, is this how it is kind of for normal people, or am I just over emotional now? A galley kitchen's common in Canada? I fucking hope not. I used to live in a home with a galley kitchen and I hated it. I hated it so much. It's so inconvenient when you live with multiple people. Thank you, Untitled. How are you doing? I think the last stream I remember was over 10 years ago. Sometimes I think about having or like teaching myself to lucid dream in some capacity, right? But actually you tire yourself out more if you're lucid dreaming because your brain isn't truly resting, basically. You know what I mean? Like less than 6 hours a night. Let's see. I slept at 8 a.m. today. And then I think I got up at... Okay, I slept at 8 a.m. And then I woke up at noon. So I got 4 hours of sleep. And then I went back to sleep for like 3 hours. but like I kept waking up every hour. I don't know if you remember this part, but the fight scene with Yor and those goons on the cruise ship, I think the main goons should have won it. Is that in season 1 or season 2? Because I'm not finished season 2, so yeah, I only finished season 1. I'm like 2 episodes into season 2. Waking up every hour sounds like it would ruin the sleep. It does. This is why I'm often very tired. My sleep is very poor. I thought about just staying up to reset, but like I think next week I'll probably take it easy because it's been like a lot of things, and honestly I didn't really have prior notice of some things going on, like some stuff, so I had to adapt very quickly, and I'm still getting settled from debut, so it's been very overwhelming and exhausting, especially since I also just went back to like regular streaming, right? Do you often have lucid dreams? I feel like they're like semi-lucid in the sense that sometimes I can be aware and conscious that I'm dreaming, right? But like I'm limited in what I can control, you know? Like, for example, I'll be aware that like subconsciously or consciously that something is a dream. And then I'm pretty sure that isn't in season 1, Rabbit. I'm pretty sure, because I don't even think she was on the ship there. Yeah. I what do you call it? Yeah, anyways, so basically with debut, I was cramming a lot beforehand because I wasn't really inspired for what I wanted to do. So a lot of my debut plans were kind of done like really, really last minute, like 2 weeks before. But like also there are a lot of systems I'm getting adjusted, like I'm adjusting to internally and stuff like that. And then we had the Cupidus event, which I like, it was just kind of dropped, which it's a very good event, right? But like it's a lot for me to process, especially when I'm learning how things work internally in like my company, and I have to figure out how to navigate like certain processes, because like obviously there's a certain chain of command that you follow and a certain order to things and like certain expectations, right? And these are all things that I need to remember and like accommodate. And then on top of it, I'm back to full-time streaming after not having been super consistent for a long time, you know. And then there's like the Hightail server and then VSMP, which VSMP was planned like a long time ago, right? So that one I was kind of prepared for, but the others combined, like in combination, it's just a lot. So I haven't really had any time to like adjust, basically. So I'm just very, very tired all the time, but I'm really trying hard to be consistent in what I do, you know. I wonder, hold on, let me do wrist stretches. Let's do wrist stretches together. Do drugs and fix your sleep. Dudes, if you've ever taken sleeping pills, they're actually scary. It feels like, it's not an exaggeration to say, also hi Thor, it's not an exaggeration to say your consciousness is slipping away from you. You know what I mean? It feels like your soul is just leaving your body. Like all the things that make you you are about to disappear a little bit. I don't like the way sleeping pills make me feel. It's a very scary feeling because it's like being put under anesthesia, but it's a slower process. Basically, that's how it feels. So if you've ever undergone surgery or anything like that and you've been put under, right? You know those few seconds that you feel before you pass out? Like that feeling of loss of control. You know what I mean? You feel like a loss of control and like you can't control almost being alive and being awake and conscious. You know, it's different from just getting super sleepy. You know, being super sleepy, it feels a lot more like you can fight it off. Whereas when... the way I would describe the difference somewhat is Yes, you start feeling like a passenger. That's a very good description, Hiko. Also, I did not watch the movie yet, Soda. I don't know. I didn't even know there was a movie. But it's like when you're very tired, it feels more like someone is grabbing you gently, and then you can pull back. There's a resistance that you can offer to regain control of yourself, right? Whereas when you're under sleeping pills, you feel like someone's yanking you, and it's very hard to resist. Like there's a fundamental difference in strength between you and whatever is pulling you. You know? I just clicked on this, but you have no clue whatsoever how much you're describing my life right now. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like... I don't know if I would want my life to be described like this. I don't think I would. Welcome, Momi. Hi. I think it's like a very scary thing to not have control. I realize this as I've gotten older, but I'm actually a huge control freak. I don't know if you guys would describe me or like peg me as a control freak, but I'm very much like a control freak. It's not good? Yeah, we're on the same page then. I feel the need to have control over like everything for the most part, because I think for a lot of people, they want control over things, or they desire a sense of control because when you have a sense of control, you can have an impact on this world, you know? It's not just an impact on this world though, but it's also... it's scary to not have control, I feel. I don't like delegating things because I'm really trying hard to delegate things, but I don't like delegating things since I tend to be very anal about how things are done. But also like I don't trust other people to complete tasks, which it's something that I'm working on, and I feel like I've made fair strides in this in my defense. But yeah, gotta have control because everyone is a lot less competent. I mean, that has historically been the case for me, unfortunately. But I mean, also, I will say too, to be fair, confidence is something that is developed, right? Confidence and competence are both things that you developed in doing something repetitively. Feeling like you aren't in control can be very stressful, especially with ADHD. Yeah. I do think that's like a large part of it, honestly. Honestly, the way I see my ADHD manifest is typically through like my attention span, right? But I also like have the tendency to hyperfocus, for example, and then suddenly it's like 7 hours later. It really depends on what I'm doing. It's kind of nice though to have those periods of like hyper focusing, because it feels like, yeah, I can do something. You know what I mean? It's very control over yourself is one of the few things you have, so losing is so scary. Like that, yeah. And like the thing is too, I always say this to people, but like who you're left with at the end of the day is you. You are left with you. You know? Like that is the one person you can count on to be there every single time. Dude, I feel like I'm too low. There you go. You gotta be happy you are with who you are at the end of the day. It is true. You have to be happy with who you are at the end of the day, Kay. How are you? But like, I don't know how many people are happy. When I was looking up different types of relationships, right? Or I guess, sorry, not relationships, but attachment styles. So many of them were like incomprehensible to me on some level. Actually, mostly just secure attachment style. I can't really comprehend that. For me, I am a perfectionist, but also being able to be in control of things means so many things. Like if I were to write it down here, let me write it down. It means having an impact on the world. I think it also means you can shape the narrative of things. The narrative. As someone who's very frequently misunderstood and misquoted, this is very important to me. Oh shit, I have to see my psychiatrist soon, actually. My life has felt so out of control the last 2, I assume, months. It's really difficult to deal with. It feels like the feeling of lack of control has a domino effect on everything else in my life. That's very true, Willow. I'm sorry that you felt like you haven't had control of your life. I think it's... The frustrating thing about it, too, is the sense of helplessness that you feel from not being able to control every factor. I think that that's probably like the biggest underlying issue for a lot of people with control, that are like control freaks, if that makes sense. It's like things happen at you, but you don't really get to choose how they happen, when they happen, what you can do about it to an extent. You know, your options repeatedly get limited, and it's very suffocating to have your options limited after event after event after event, you know? I'm good. Hate that your wrist is hurting, but twinsies because mine's acting up too. No. Guys, be very, very careful with your wrists. Like, seriously. Be very careful with your arms and your wrists, because I've had chronic pain for like 4 years at this point, and it fucking sucks. So please be careful. Here, we'll do stretches in a little bit. Make sure to do stretches, guys. It helps that I get points for doing stretches. It's helpful. Yay. Quite the vibe to walk into. What's up, Diarat? How are you? I've always found this problem kind of odd. I'm the opposite. I don't get anxious to the point where it's like, oh, the world's collapsing, I'm gonna go back to bed. That sounds like you're either very confident in yourself or you're very depressed. There's like a certain polarity that I find to that. Try to be happy with who you are, but most importantly, be true to who you are. Every time someone steps up and says who they are, their world becomes a better and more interesting place. Wow, that's crazy wholesome. I almost feel kind of disgusted. But you know what? You're right. I will say that. You are right. Shockingly, for once. Here, let's do some stretches. Not a damn thing's changed. Another year goes by and no one knows my name. I should have been somebody. Here, let me bring these. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Here are a couple that we can do. Don't mind the pixels. You can count them. That's fine. Show, I just couldn't. I have small wrists apparently. Okay, little delicate flower. Misunderstood as an internet specialty. Yeah, dude. It's like a... What was that? Should have been somebody I know. What the... Oh, heck. Oh, that's what fell. Oh, shit. On my ankles, by no one knows my name. That's weird. How did that fall? Whatever. Okay. Let us all stretch together, chat. Do you ever work out? Dude. I don't even leave my house usually. I think I left my house the other day to go to IKEA for the first time in like weeks. Actually, no, that's not true. I went out the other day to get the ingredients for coffee jelly so I could make coffee jelly. That's what I did. All right, let's do some of these stretches together, chat. Let us be healthy. I really do try to like get the energy to work out, but guys, I barely even have the energy to exist. It's like I'm like it's like I'm a bowl with a crack, and every time you try to put energy in me, it just leaks out. All right. Okay, let's start with A. Okay. know what the... I actually don't know. I think the palm is facing up. You just put it up and down. These ones aren't quite for your wrist, but they will help to an extent. To anyone with wrist pain, don't just stretch. Train your grip strength. It will pay off majorly. This is true. I went to physical therapy for my wrists like 3 or 4, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, actually, maybe. And wow. Oh my god, no, actually, I had wrist problems around 2021, so it's been more than 4 years. Have you ever considered you might be a shy extrovert? What makes you think this, Diarat? I would not say I'm a shy extrovert at all. I'm doing these stretches as we speak, by the way. I recommend you also do them. Ooh. What happened to your wrist? Overwork. I was previously working at a company. Like, I mean, I had like overwork combined with League. Like, actually. Energy? You stream but lose energy when sitting at home alone? No. I don't lose energy sitting at home alone. I just don't have energy to begin with. No, it's not carpal tunnel. Overwork and Overwatch? Low-key, yeah, actually. She's less of a shy extrovert and more of a chatty introvert in my opinion. Yeah, I would agree with that. I personally don't really gain energy from socializing with people. Like, maybe like temporarily, right? I don't know. Then people get into like this whole like ambivert type thing. I don't even know what an ambivert is. Someone read the definition of ambivert for me. Thank you. Later, Shane. I need to do that, to be honest. Grip strength is kind of whack. Or maybe my arms are whack in general. Probably whack in general, but like it doesn't help, right? You can get some, what I do sometimes is, okay, in order to trick myself into stretching more, sometimes what I'll do is I'll subconsciously do it. Or I'll try to train myself to subconsciously do it. Or like when I'm doing other things, like for example, if I'm brushing my teeth, with one arm, I can do stretches. And then with the other arm, I can brush my teeth, you know? Balance of introvert and extrovert. Okay, but like there has to be a more specific definition than that. A person whose personality has a balance. Wow. Okay, never mind. It is that worthless. What the fuck? Which ones though? I guess it depends though, because like sometimes I can hang out with people I'm very comfortable with for a while, right? But I feel like that's a little different. You know? I feel like that's most people. Where they're just comfortable with someone. You know what I mean? Here. Okay. Let's be done with this one. These are more forearm exercises, but it's still good to do. Also, roll your wrists. So take your hands, right? Okay. Now roll your wrists to the, like in a circle. And then do that the other way too, afterwards. Do it slowly, don't do it too fast. If you do it too fast, you'll hurt yourself. When you're stretching in general, you never want to go to the point of pain. You want to be uncomfortable. But for me, because my pain sensors are kind of broken and I have high pain tolerance, I can't really tell the difference sometimes. So I end up hurting myself. I don't know if that makes sense. And then, actually Soda showed me this one, where you take your fingers, split your fingers, right? And then you bring your fingers together so they're all touching on the sides. And then you split your fingers again. You just do that over and over again. He's one of our resident meatheads. I trust Soda's subjective experience on collagen supplements. I mean, that is certainly like a qualification, being a meathead. I'm lost. My streamer raided and I got lost. You're with her gen mate in her hands. Do you need to go to the Lost Child Center? Right now we're doing stretches because we're trying to be healthy. Chat, are you healthy? Dude, I think I pulled something when I was lifting weights like a couple weeks ago. Because my shoulder and like my triceps are cooked. Oh, I will say though, it does feel very nice to stretch. I should really just force everyone to do it more often. Honestly. Okay, chat. I don't say this very often. Hold on. Let's make eye contact for this. Chat, I really don't say this very often. But you are starting to genuinely worry me with how many of you guys are getting wrist problems. Please be safe. Please stretch. Please. Do not end up like me. It is miserable. I don't want any of you guys to experience the same thing I experience. It's not good. Yeah, I mean, you can trick yourself into being healthy. Have them for 20 years. Okay, but that was pre-Amaya patch. You can maybe fix yourself a little bit. Can I ask where the Lost Child Center is? Am I nice enough to give an escort? I suppose in some capacity. Go left. There you go. But no, like, actually, please don't end up like me. Please, please, please. Please be careful. Please stretch. Don't. You do not want to experience this. Okay? It's not good. Chronic pain is something that I think people don't understand how depressing chronic pain is. I'm saying this as a warning. Like, seriously, do not blow me off. I'm saying this because I've been, like, it really fucks with your mental health if you have chronic pain. It's not good. You think, oh, it's just chronic pain. Wrong. It's debilitating, dude. So let's say you have chronic pain in your arms. Oh, that thing you want to do? Can't do it because it can't, like, it hurts. Oh, that thing you were invited to with your friends? Can't do it because it hurts. Or you feel guilty for accommodations. It's all things like this that end up manifesting in a miserable subconscious way, you know? Where you constantly, how do I put this? It constantly feels like you're missing out on so many aspects of your life. And if you stretch, a lot of it can be preventable to an extent, or at least you can mitigate it. I'm not going to say that just because you stretch, you're never going to have problems, right? But you should listen to your body, okay? I wasn't healthy for 20 years, been healthy for about 3. Weightlifting was a game changer for me. So many things I thought were wrong with my body just stopped being problems when I got stronger. Good for you, Julian. Happy to hear that. It's always nice to not feel... This is another thing too. When your body is in good condition, you realize how much more control you have over various aspects of your life. You aren't as limited in what you can do, who you can talk to, when you can talk to them, how often you can talk to them, like how often you can do these things. You genuinely take for granted how much accessibility, you know, you have in just being like the typical copy-pasted human being, you know? Can playing sports prolong getting chronic pain? Do you mean prolong getting chronic pain as in you will have chronic pain longer? Or you will avoid chronic pain longer? Because if you mean avoid chronic pain longer, I would actually say sports can probably increase the likelihood. There are a lot of, for example, baseball pitchers. Avoid longer? No, I would disagree with that. Oh, sorry, I'm crouching. But no, it's very much the opposite in my opinion. The more you do something, the more you have to be careful. Like, for example, even weightlifting, people can get like RSIs from that. It depends on the sport and it depends on the frequency in which you do it and how you take care of yourself. Like, there are a lot of factors like aftercare, like whether aftercare is in what foods you're eating to supplement these things, what treatment you're getting afterwards. Like, for example, a lot of professional athletes, right? They'll get massages frequently. Why do you think that the life or like the careers of athletes are so short? It's not just because your body is at like optimal condition for certain ages. It's because you like literally throw out your shoulder if you're a baseball player, you know, or your knees get wrecked. It's things like this. So everything in moderation. Let me do this one. That's why, like, if you're exercising, you can't just exercise. You think, oh, exercise is good, right? Yes, exercise is good, but you also need to stretch properly beforehand. So you can't just be like, oh, exercise, I'm done. You know, exercise, I'm done. No, you need to stretch beforehand and make sure that you're properly preparing your body. Basically. Hi, Mangoes. Hi, Nemo. Sorry, I'm stretching still. Oh, this feels very nice. What is it? Your traps? I really like stretching my traps. There you go. Also sleep? Yeah, I'm the worst for that one. Oh my god. Sorry. My... Dang it, it's wet now. Ugh, my chair is wet. Anyways. So my... As per usual, something broke and my drink holder broke on my desk, so now it's easier for things to slip out, and I... I moved it slightly. Sorry to hear about your wrist, mate. It's okay, Nemo. Thank you. That's why we're stretching, though. Please, seriously, please take me seriously when I say this. It's very not fun to have chronic pain. I do not want you guys to have chronic pain. The only pain you're allowed is mine. I'm still using my cursed tumbler, but I adjusted the tape a little bit. The tape looks cleaner. The tape that's covering the mold on my tumbler. It is. The freaking delivery guy asked me to help him unload the truck when I'm at the office. I'm an accountant. To be fair, so does an accountant. Oh yeah, there's like black mold on my tumbler, but I didn't want to buy a new one, so... As someone whose knees just give out sometimes, I blame being a football player and a baseball catcher. Yeah, my ankle's really bad, so because I've like twisted it and sprained it so many times, right? That sometimes I just lose strength in my right leg and I fall over. Or like I stumble. You know that stumble, like almost when you miss a step? It's kind of like that, except it's parallel. Oh my god, no wonder you're sick. No, that's not why. There's so many other reasons. I doubt that the mold tumbler is like an issue. Please put one on Throne so I can play the mold away. You guys have been suggesting me some things on Throne recently, but I felt too bad to actually accept them as suggestions because I don't feel I deserve them. So I just left them sitting there. I was an offensive lineman, so I had to push around 300-pound men on the regular. I think of all the injuries you get from sports. I feel so bad. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to say thank you, Nemo. I don't know about that. The streamer cares about her chat. I'm starting to love this streamer. Okay, here. I will just be honest, like... I don't really understand some things, because sometimes I feel like an alien in the VTuber community and just like streamer community in general. This isn't like me saying I'm an alien because, oh, other people don't care about the chat. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. So please don't equate it to that. It's like...
Is that money for me?
Do you know watching Amaya is like a growth hormone secretagogue? A peptide that ups muscle growth but spikes blood sugar badly. 'Cause Amaya is sweet.
I was like, I didn't read the whole thing. Hold on, let me see. I want to test something.
Is that money
okay.
for me?
Do you...
Can I skip it? There you go. Sorry, it gets rid of the white text. Yeah. Yeah, anyways, sometimes I feel like an alien because for me, I have like a very different dynamic with my chat compared to other streamers. Also, thank you very much, Ego. I feel like I often can't entirely relate to other people's experiences, and obviously that goes for anybody, right? You're never gonna have 100% the same experience as someone or 100% the same reaction, you know? And I feel like it's in like these tiny differences where we can grow and learn a lot and take the opportunity to like re-examine what we want for ourselves, right? But how do I put this? I'm very like connected with my community. Like, yeah, I bully you guys and I make fun of you, right? But like when I hear about the way other people connect with their chats, it's very different compared to the way I connect with mine. You know what I mean? I think for me too, it's the way I grew up on the internet was also very different, because obviously I played like a lot of League and like Overwatch and stuff, right? So banter was very normal. Like if you aren't bullying people, it's like alien to me. You know, like it's normal for my friends and I to make fun of one another. And obviously you guys aren't my friends, right? But it's also very much like a friendship dynamic, if that makes sense. You know, it's like a very weird line. And I think that honestly, streaming is very fascinating in the relationships that you can develop with everyone. You know, dude, I need to brush my teeth. My teeth are so sensitive right now. Oh. It's like my bottom left tooth. I think my dynamic with chat is one of the things that make you great to watch, including the bullying. Yeah, because you guys are disgusting masochists. Disgusting. The word of the day is parasocialism. It is, but I think that there are different levels of parasocialism, and there are different experiences of parasocialism, right? If you, for example, where's all this bullying I keep hearing about? Just keep being yourself and you'll experience it, Julian. Dental isn't included in the Canadian healthcare? Nope. Well, there is like a Canadian dental plan that I signed my mom up for and she did not use it. So that was cool. My masochistic tendencies have nothing to do with this. Should I read what you said the other day? Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I think it was over here. It's taking a lot of willpower to not call myself a dog. And then I said, I prefer you call yourself a dog. And then Jess said, woof. I'm sorry, what did I say? I'm so scared. She's scared, Chan. Bad puppy. Shame, shame. I was reading that straight from the Discord, dude. I'm a parasocial dude and I get mistaken for having autism. Is it a mistake? I mean, there's nothing wrong with having it, right? That's exactly what I would have said. That's what I prefer you guys say. But the funny thing is I'm actually a cat person. It's true, all the girls in chat are literally my dogs. I might have autism, but that's not the only reason I'm a masochist. Okay, so the funny thing is, right? People started like this thing about like me being like a sadist because like I bully my chat, right? And I just like banter with you guys. And it kind of like at a certain point, it wasn't like a joke anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, wait a second, I actually... At a certain point, I was like, you know what? I do think that femdom is actually way more superior. I'm also always bullied in all my friend groups, so I always feel at home here. Yeah, you do get bullied, Fires. My dad hates cats, so he never got any. Your dad, you just need to dump a cat on your dad one day. It's always dads and the pet they didn't want, quote unquote. It's back and forth, chat reflects the streamer and all that too. It's true though. You can definitely see, like I see it with my friends sometimes, because you can tell how, what aspects people are drawn to in their streamer by how they are in other people's chats and how they interact with them, you know? Maybe became a sadist because of chat, or do we awaken the sadist in her? I think it's more the second. Because my policy for what I always ideally wanted was kind of like, typically it was like I wear the pants everywhere else, but you can wear the pants and the sheets theoretically if I was ever in a relationship, right? But now I'm like, I can wear both. I've always been very like I guess like assertive in like my interpersonal relationships for the most part, in some capacity. So it feels a little, I don't know, it's like a natural thing. I guess some of you guys, some of you may not know this story for like the newer people, but okay. A long time ago, I think this was, God, I don't even remember how old I was. I think I was like 19. I think I was like 19 or 20, so that was almost 10 years ago, right? And at the time, I was seeing someone. And they like... they put their like... they put their arm up next to my head, or like their hand, right? And then I looked at them and I couldn't, like, I burst out laughing and I just put their hand down. I'm like, it's okay, you tried. I just could not take them seriously. But they actually like tried to cab it on me. Aki, if you were in another chat, she'd get mad at you. Actually, this has happened before. I saw you add Ava's Oshi marks the other day, and I was like, huh. Weird that mine aren't first. This is the Kave don't. It kind of was, actually. Wait. No, what? How do you say wait, huh? I saw this on Twitter. I felt a modicum of betrayal. I was like, I expected better of you. I can't believe this. Actually, Fires, I don't even think you have my Oshi marks on Twitter. I was talking to Aki. Why am I getting shot? I just pulled out the machine gun, dude. I went brrrr. I don't use Twitter ever, so that's not an excuse. I don't like sharing. It's true, I don't. I see you like or retweet me sometimes. Don't even. Yeah, that's true, Nora. You don't have them on Twitter. But to be fair, your Twitter is also for your VTubing, so I give you an excuse. I give you an excuse. 19, that's my current age. Oh, you're a little baby. That's another reason to not use Twitter. People see it, guys. I see it. I notice. But you know what? As long as I'm like #1, I don't really care too much. I have your marks twice first. It's true. Cause she has my PL ones. I'm on Twitter with popcorn. I just like seeing the BS on it. Dude, every time I go on Twitter, my head hurts. Baby, 19 is not baby. Chat, is 19 baby? Let's do a poll. Actually, my average age demographic has gone up recently. I was kind of surprised. Let's see. Start a poll. Is 19 baby age? 19 is so baby. May your Valentine's Day be lovely. Even when single, you deserve love from your loved ones, and may you share many as well. There, I nearly puked. That's the nicest thing you'll get from me. Thanks, Raimi. We've been watching you for so long, it just means you're getting older with you. You're only slightly younger than me, I think, Hiko. 19 is baby. Your average viewer age is probably up because of the new glitchstars you're with. Your colleagues definitely have viewership on the older end. Yeah, but I mean, mine was never super young to begin with, to be fair. And it's not like I'm that much younger than my gen mates. Realistically, like, guys, I'm almost 30. God. Honestly, I don't really mind getting older. It's just, I don't know. My issue with getting older is not getting older. My issue with getting older is the expectations thrust upon me getting older. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I'm like a year older than you, Hiko. Here, let me take a look at my analytics for a second. Like, okay, it's not a problem to get older, but like, the more I get older, the more I feel expected to have my own house, you know, have a different job, to be moving forward with certain aspects in my life. But the thing is, right, Everyone's gonna go through their life at their own pace. And this is something I have to constantly remind myself of, and I fail to do so. I thought I would be so much more different when I was like around 30. I thought things would be so much more different, guys. I really did. But, they were not. Where is it? Oh man, did I forget to say thank you yesterday? I don't remember. Or the day before yesterday. I feel like a lot of Gen Z struggles with this, yeah. Where it's like... how do I put this? So many people at Gen Z, like this is just a common thing in general, where you change so much, especially in your adolescence and like your general youth, that you're not going to be where you thought you would be typically, right? But especially for Gen Z, because Gen Z had a lot of promises they were sold growing up. Like my life plan, when I had this life plan when I was around 6 or 7 years old, maybe a little younger, but I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to get a good job. Maybe I'll be a marine biologist or something, and then I will find someone around 25. I will date them for 5 years, get engaged after like 2 years, right? And then I will have like 2 to 4 children. I'm not even in a relationship. And I'm almost 29. Millennials did have that too. I don't know, like, it's not like a competition of who's fucked more, right? But like, I do feel like a lot of like younger Gen Z are especially cooked. All the tools and structure I saw growing up disappear before I ever got to use them. Yeah, they'll be like that. Like, I don't even know if I could... I do think it's important to get an education, right? But like, I do think that you should be careful about how much you invest into getting an education and in what capacity, you know? Since it can be very, how do I put this? It doesn't always get the same payoff, you know? Like, I imagine so many people in tech jobs, it's either feast or famine right now. I feel so bad. I do feel like Gen Z is a little more fucked, yeah. But like, Gen Alpha is like cooked. Like, good luck, guys. Good luck! I don't know. Jokes on you, get to school debt and not be able to afford a house. Yeah, let's go! I don't even have any debt and I still can't afford a house. Fresh out of college and straight into fires. It is like that. Stop! Harmless, I know what you were doing. Stop. Bad dog. Gen Alpha isn't even on the oven. They're staring at the burnt ashes. They are burnt ashes, dude. Oh, hold on. I was going to look. Analytics. Audience. Let's see. I can't believe you said it, guys. I can't believe you said it. Where is it? What is this overlap? Interesting. Huh. Where is it? Oh, I think it changed again. Okay, so now it's 16.9% for 18 to 24 years old. 0.1% for 13 to 17. If you're 13 to 17 watching my channel, I don't recommend you watch me. Let's see, 25 to 34 years old, 58.4%. 21.3% is 35 to 44. That checks out. Dude. Auto-translated Russian. Sometimes I get whiplash looking at my own analytics. During the day, I'm a soccer player. At night, I'm a crypto trader. You're only 19. I can only imagine what your PC setup looks like. It feels like it's the most RGB thing ever. Animal Crossing taught me that we must exist in debt to have meaning. Without debt, what would we do? To be fair, there is some good debt, right? It's not debt I have because I have none, but you know, that's actually one thing that I probably should have done more when I was younger, because I'm only building my credit now. Since I think, let's see, what is my credit score? I'm checking my credit score live on stream, guys. Let me check my credit report. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a phone call. My mom was asking me if I wanted udon, but I'm not very hungry. I didn't even finish my food here. I took like a couple bites. Gen Z will get jobs. They know how to use a programming language that will be made 2028, but they need experience 5 years ago. Did you guys ever see that post where what do you call it? No, it's actually just a mattress and a PC and broke. Then you're not a very good crypto trader. Maybe you should explore a different career path. I say this as like advice. But what do you call it? I'm talking about my credit score. It's not great. Well, actually, wait a second. Why does it say my spendable income is... What? No, I spent money on this card. Why does it say I have $110 on this card? This is just my light spending card, so I don't keep much on this account. I just keep like a little bit for like groceries and stuff every once in a while. Because this is my I don't keep much on it because it's my credit debit, so I can build credit with this one, so it's not my actual main bank account. So don't feel that sorry for me that there's not that much in it. It's purposely kept that way. Well, it says my credit score is 765. Well, that's good, right? It says excellent, but I don't know how accurate that is. So I don't know. If I genuinely had a 765 credit score, that'd be the most gap moe thing about me. I don't know, guys. I don't think this is like 100% accurate. I mean, it's been consistently 700 for a while. But like... oh, it goes all the way back to like my birthday. Here. I don't know. I don't understand though, because I don't know if this is taking into account my other bank accounts. I assume so, since it's Equifax. Damn, Nori, look at you. I will say that the like main thing is I haven't had any debt, so I've just like been using this occasionally as like a credit debit thing. I'm going to make it big someday, believe it? Okay, I believe in you. I'm not saying it can't work out, right? But like, make sure you have a backup plan. That's my like philosophy typically. Make sure you just have a backup plan. Here. Credit score isn't a thing here, so I can't play. What? I wonder how that works if you go to other countries then, if you do not have a credit score. Okay. This is what it says, guys. My credit score. Ta-da. I think this is like probably one of the most fucking shocking things about me. Credit score is an American thing? Is it? North American? Oh, really? I thought that this was like global. Oh, I guess I was mistaken. I believe in you, Aki. If I can get to it, you can. She has a better credit score than me. That's because I just don't have any debt. That's why. I will say I thought that my credit score would be fucked because like sometimes I've overdraft a little bit and then I paid it off within like a week or so, or like I closed a bank account once or twice. But to be fair, I was very young when I did it. So, do you have lots of cards? No, I only have 3. Well, this one's Equifax. I have 3 bank accounts. I have one that is my main with a tax-free savings account, but I don't actually know how to put money in it. I know I have it because I got a statement mailed to me, but I don't know how to put money in it online, which is kind of weird. It's not easy at all. And then I have another bank account, which is like a backup bank account, kind of, where I don't have to pay monthly fees. My main bank account, I pay like a monthly fee of like almost $20. And then I have another bank account, which is just a light spending account, which is where I get my credit score here. And I mean, it's linked to my ID, so I assume that this is a fairly accurate score? Question mark. Oh, I guess I paid them fast enough then that it wasn't a problem? Maybe? I don't know. But then, what do you call it? You pay your bank to hold your money? Yes. It depends on the type of account you have, but typically you will pay a certain amount. Like, for example, mine is mostly $20 or like around $20 because I could pay less. I could pay less if I had less transactions. There's a minimum fee and then there's a cap. So for example, maybe your minimum fee is $10, right? But every successive charge you make on your account, like every time you use your account for a purchase or like transaction, it adds like $1.25 up to a maximum of $17. That's kind of how mine works. But then my light spending account is like, I just use that for the occasional small purchase, so I don't keep much money on it. And it's just to build credit because it acts as a credit card without having like the same liberties as a credit card, but you can build credit with it. So it's a credit debit, basically, if that makes sense. Does Canada not have free checking accounts? There are. My other checking account is free. But my main account is not. I just got here, but what's our points earning situation? I earned some today. Hi, Warrior. They're like, I don't pay monthly fees for, I think, one of them. I don't know if I think I pay for this one. I pay for this one because it's different. And I can build credit with it. I can't build credit with my other ones. So. I hope this is my actual credit score. Oh my god! Guys, if I ever look to date someone, I can advertise my credit score. Never mind the fact that I'm actually grossly financially irresponsible. I'm surprised I have any money in my savings at all. A fee for not using a card is crazy though. Well, you also get interest in other stuff. Will you be my special someone on Valentine's, pretty please? Fuck no. I would never touch any of this chat with a 10-foot pole, let alone to be my special someone. Actually, I don't know how other VTubers feel about this, but sometimes I get confession. Like, I think someone sent me a confession in my maros recently. Guys, I'm not gonna fall in love with you. I'm not gonna love you. I would say it's nothing personal, but it actually is who you are. But like, realistically, right? I could not fathom. I could not fathom. For me, that's a no. I feel like one, I'd be like no interest. No interest, right? Reminds me of Ludwig's I'm Not Your Friend. Oh, it's okay. I said that earlier in chat. I've said this a million times. I'm not gonna fall in love with you. You can send confessions. I don't encourage you sending confessions. You have the capability, right? Of sending confessions to my maros, but I... No. No. I'm staying single for a multitude of reasons. Guys, if I cared that much about not being single, I would not be single right now. And do you think I don't get people in my life confessing to me? Do you seriously think that? No. That's not the case. If I wanted someone, I would have someone right now, but I don't. So I love how this is the first thing I hear when I join. Hi, Adro. I hope your power's all fixed now. You talk to people? Sometimes. Occasionally. Will you go shopping for discounted Valentine's Day chocolate with me? That I can do. That I can definitely do. We can just eat chocolate together. I'm a-okay with that, Mangoes. Shooting a shot from the benches. Not just the benches, but from the stands, dude. It's good that Amaya has standards, guys. It took me a long time to develop standards. You can join if you just want chocolate. Oh, have the clipping contest winner has been announced? Before Amaya has 7 girlfriends, 1 for each day of the week. I believe in monogamy. I didn't know you left your house, so I thought no one would make a move. People have like asked me out online or like IRL. I don't really leave my house too much. I noticed that there's like a drastic difference in how many people ask me out when I do and don't have glasses. It's kind of fucking insane, actually, though. Cause yeah. I know, I just got here. You know what? Fair enough. Oh, they've been announced? Oh, excellent. So, yes, if you were, I mean, Hamas keeps asking for it, saying 6'7". You'll get timed out if you say 6'7". But if you participate in the clipping contest and you were waiting to see whether or not you would win in order to buy merch, fear not, because apparently the clipping contest results are out now. So let me link them and then they can be pinned in chat. See, 19 is baby age. On a dreamy ride, I'll take you to heaven every night. God, please you leave me by myself, I'll take you now. Oh, here we go. This one? Oh, shoot. Oh, here we go. So make sure to check. And okay, this one. Never mind. There you go. Okay, here you go. Here are the clipping contest results. So you still have time to purchase a bundle or whatever merch you wanted. I'm sorry it took so long, but here you go. Until the 17th. There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you did a toner. My bad. I couldn't see. I was also gonna let that one slide. I have my plushies for Valentine's Day, and that's all I need. But can I bake you a treat for Valentine's Day? I suppose that is acceptable. Is this giri choco or homemade choco? Bought my merch when it went up. I hope that you will be happy with it. Is the system changing? No. It won't be. Hi, Crispy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get rid of it. The power is fine, well, as much as it normally is. I was testing if I could go back to training after my shoulder injury. Training for what? Well, I think it's because people can't really see my facial features, Greg, that they hit on me more when I'm not wearing glasses. Like when I was working my seasonal job, it happened like 3 times. And I was there for literally like a week. So, I don't know. What's the graph for? The graph is for my credit score. Oh, dang it. I changed my DPI. It's my credit score, guys. Yay. I think it's my credit score anyways. That's what it says in my app. So. Yeah, I won't date anyone from chat, but I'll accept your money and your affection and your gifts. At least I'm honest. I think it's even crueler to lead people on. So, they're usually 3 credit scores. Well, at least my credit score for this one is good. No, but Equifax is linked to your tax number, I think. Right? Damn, Fendom and Findom. Okay, I've thought about this, right? And I'm like, people used to think that I was kind of like Findom before. And I was like, huh? What are you talking about? And recently I saw a video in my recommended talking about this girl who does findom. And I was like, it seems kind of cute to have a pet. Don't you think? Wouldn't it be so cute to give them an allowance? Why is it in Spanish? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you have to give your personal information in order to get an Equifax score. You've never been even close to findom? I know, right? I'm not. I'm always saying, guys, make sure to take care of your needs. But I will say, if there was ever a theoretical world where I did findom, I would feel very compelled to ensure in some capacity that this person is financially responsible. You know what I mean? I think it's a very scary line, right? Like, I really worry about the people that are into findom. Like, seriously. Because here, these are the things I think about when I think of that as a concept. I think, one, people get addicted to that. Two, people spend themselves into oblivion. I know I personally have a lot of money trauma. Three, what if that person is secretly like in a relationship and they lie about it? I would consider, like, okay, here's the thing. I would consider that cheating. Because even if the person doing the findom doesn't do anything sexual, right? The other person gets off on it. You know? So I'm like, how is that not cheating? Having a direct interaction with someone that you feel arousal from. You know what I mean? Like, if my partner theoretically like ever got or like ever subscribed to someone's OnlyFans, I would consider that cheating. Well, actually, I think maybe there would be a situation in which like it may not be. If there was no direct contact and it was just like couple videos that they did with that person did with their partner, maybe it would be different. But if it was like they specifically got, it was only that person, then it'd be then like, yeah, that's cheating in my opinion. You know, once there's a sense of like, once there's accessibility and direct contact involved with it, I'm like, I don't know about that, you know. I have a friend who was big into findom for a while. They got better, but I was concerned for a while. See, that's what I'm worried about. It becomes slippery slope for the people that are involved. You know what I mean? I worry that they would hurt themselves. Yeah. Like, I worry that they would drive themselves into debt, and that thought terrifies me. At least if you're not long distance. Ooh, I don't understand how long distance is makes a difference. Okay, but what if they're actually really awful people and you just make them broke? Sorry, I thought I heard something. I would still feel bad. Is interacting with fangirls considered cheating? Do you mean cam girls? I would say that's kind of cheating. I understand that everyone has different boundaries and I respect other people's boundaries, but I personally would not be comfortable with that. If you discuss it, right? If you discuss something and it's okay with your partner and it's mutually okay with both of you, then sure, whatever. It's your relationship. You do what you want to do, right? But like, that depends on you. Okay, so I'm a cheater then? I did not need to know that information. Yeah, you and your partner decide what is and isn't cheating. Some of you are surprised by this. Maybe you shouldn't be in a relationship. I will say, to be fair, Diarat, like, it's their boundaries. It differs, like, culturally and, like, what people are personally okay with, right? But yeah. The important thing is that you communicate your boundaries and you're on the same page with your partner and you respect one another. and their preferences. If you find that you are not a monogamous person or someone that is not suited to monogamy, that's fine, right? But don't date someone who is suited to monogamy. You know? If you're asking a streamer for clarification, I mean, I'm a person at the end of the day. You know, I'm not just a streamer. And I'd like to think that, at least with my established community, there's a mutual sense of respect in having seen my character consistently to an extent for a few years, you know? No matter what, don't commit Oshi adultery, however. Does this mean I'm still your Kami Oshi bad guy? Are you all settled now? How are you doing? Long time no see, buddy. What I mean is they're asking you instead of your partner. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you said, Diorat. My bad. Yeah, you should definitely... Your partner is number one. You need to speak with them and see what they're okay with, because everyone is okay with different things. There were a lot of things I did when I was younger that I didn't understand were inappropriate. And I didn't think anything of it because my capacity for empathy was very different when I was younger. So, for example, I didn't think it was like a big deal to hang out with someone like late at night and call. Like of the opposite sex. And obviously it depends on everyone, right? It depends on your relationship, what like people are and aren't okay with. Amaya's mad at me for ocean marks. Her boundaries are pretty strict. I'll forgive you if you put mine first. If you put mine first in the... so that they're seen first in your name. But what was I saying? So for example, I had two friends, right? I was friends with the boyfriend, right? Because we were dual partners when I was a teenager. This is, I think, I don't remember how old I was here, 16, 15. And we were friends and we duoed together, and I did not duo queue, like we duoed in League, right? Shut the fuck up, Holmes. You're doing this to yourself at this point. Who else would it be? Yeah, we moved again. I now own a house, been without PC for a while. Yeah, it's like your move, it takes a long time to get situated, but I'm glad that you're doing okay. So does this mean you have a PC now? Question mark? Shut the fuck up. It's so funny when people say stuff like that. Oh shoot. Oh my god! Wow. Okay, never mind. I thought I just strategically threw something. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so in this situation, I was hanging out with this person, like, pretty late at night. I did not have feelings for them, right? Let me clarify this. I did not have feelings for them. And then their girlfriend was telling me how it was kind of making them, like, they were wondering about it. And I'm like, oh, there's nothing... No, I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat. No. I was single, right? This person, I think in hindsight, they liked me, but I didn't know. I genuinely thought it was completely innocent. You have to understand, I was very, very naive when I was younger, and I'm still quite naive to an extent, surprisingly, right? I tried to take people at face value and give them the benefit of the doubt wherever possible, right? But anyways, I would like frequently play League like late into the night, and I was obviously with my duo, right? So funny story. Twitter won't let me change my display name again since I changed it already today. I'm a C. I'm curious. I'm curious. That sounds like a load of bullshit because you've had it for a while. Likely story. That seems like a lot of bullshit. You know, it's okay. If you don't want to change it, you don't have to change it. I'm not going to force you to do anything you don't want to do. Look in recent stream. Okay. I believe you this one time. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. You didn't see that. Anyways, okay. Let me continue my story, chat. So, this person and I played frequently, and one point I became friends with his girlfriend, right? And she was telling me how, I guess she was worried that he like had feelings for me. And I was like, oh no, there's no way. I don't even like him. Like, it's totally good. And I didn't, right? I was telling her the truth, but I didn't really understand why she was so uncomfortable. And they were a little bit older than me, right? And in hindsight, I really was naive. I was very, very naive. He never confessed to me. He never said anything to me. But would I be, as the person I am now, would I be okay with his behavior that he exhibited towards me if I was his girlfriend at the time? Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. I guess he gave a subtle hint. Okay, well, the thing is, Growl, this is what happened. That I felt was like, I was like, you have to understand that at the time, this was actually not that weird. So, if you have been listening to me talk for the last 2 hours or so, you may notice that I have like a decently nice voice, right? I would like to think that my voice is pretty nice. So it wasn't strange, actually, for people to ask me to sing them like lullabies and stuff, right? This actually happened multiple times from people that were totally platonic. Wait, were they platonic? I thought they were platonic. Oh. Hold on, let me think. I'm having a brain blast here. Did they actually like me? Oh. Maybe they didn't, guys. Maybe they didn't. No, this happened so many times. Okay, well, at the time, because I was completely platonic to them, right? I was completely platonic to them, so it didn't occur to me, really, that they liked me. But like, it's guys, you don't understand. It actually happened so many times. Okay, here, chat. How many of you would platonically want a lullaby from me? Answer this. And this will be the determining factor as to whether or not I was dense or not. Okay. I'll do a poll. Would you platonically no, platonically want a lullaby from me? To be fair, how much different is it is it from ASMR? This was before ASMR was like a thing, mind you. So no, platonic, not plutonic. I would pay several $100s, so I guess I would like one financially. Mind you, Aki has offered to give me her paycheck and then I just give her an allowance before. Amaya, people will pay you for a lullaby. The pool is good. See, that's what I'm saying though. It's possible for people to platonically want a lullaby from me. I mean, you do have a nice voice for that, but I really can't imagine anyone asking anyone for that platonically. Okay, see, that's where it gets weird, I will say. Asking someone personally for it, but like also I would also kind of just like sing and call sometimes. I was kind of obnoxious when I was younger, so I mean, I don't think it's that different from ASMR, but it's weird when I imagine you ask someone directly for it, right? It's naive to think this legitimately. It is pretty naive. Well, mind you, these are like friends, which I feel like is even weirder. I feel it's actually less weird to ask for a streamer for it, Nemo, compared to asking like a friend. I can see you doing lullaby in the way Samuel Jackson narrates Go the Fuck to Sleep. Actually, this is something I've actually done. This is on my other channel, a recording of me reading Go the Fuck to Sleep. Do you think people made it weird when you sang happy birthday to them? No, I don't think so. When you were younger, you still sometimes hum or sing in the late night Discord hangouts. Yeah, but it's different, okay? Like, oh shoot, why is my YouTube studio crashing all the time? But like, it's not like I never offered either, because sometimes people would have trouble sleeping and they'd be like, oh, you want a lullaby? So it wasn't that weird at the time. I got paid to read someone Red Riding Hood once to help them sleep. Does that count? How much contact did you have after with them, DJ? Also, hi. Oh, you reminded me. My dark tide should be installed now. Oh, so he thought you liked him. No, I don't think I volunteered to him. This was just like a general thing. No. Okay, hold on. This is confusing now. He would ask me on his own, but in general, I offered to people, typically. You know? It was just like more like an innocuous kind of joke. But then sometimes people would actually take it up, like take me up on it. And I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah. Like sometimes I, like if it was like in a group thing, I'd be like, yeah, okay, go ahead. You know? But then, like, with this particular case, they would specifically ask me unprompted. Well, see, that's the thing though. I was very naive, so I didn't think much of it because I would offer it in group settings. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. I don't remember. I don't think I specifically offered him. Yeah, because he'd be like, oh, I'm tired. Can you sing me a lullaby? And then I'd be like, sure, why not? It's just a lullaby. I don't think anything of it. But when I looked back on it, like 10 years later, I was like, oh, yeah, you shouldn't have asked that, dude. That's weird. You can't ask that when you have, like, a girlfriend. In the group even, am I so salacious? No, I really meant it innocently. Like, okay, yeah. I was very much the type of person where I was like, oh yeah, you can just sleep beside someone innocently. Oh, you slept in the same bed together? No big deal. I was very much that type of person when I was younger. If that explains anything. I'd be like totally okay with it. If someone, like if I had to sleep beside someone. You know? Or if we had to like hold hands or dance for something. I was very, very, like, straightforward. Like, oh, it's okay, because it's just platonic, you know? Younger Amaya was very, very innocent. Okay? But for me, I didn't think anything of it if it was, like, if it was in that context. Were you guys not like this? I was like this when I was younger. I was very much like, oh, that's all you meant by it. Okay, sure. No biggie. I guess you're same sex, but opposite? Yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal to me. If you said it was just that, I'd be like, okay, it's just that. No biggie. I guess I wouldn't find it weird because I've had someone say I had a nice voice and they would fall asleep in VC sometimes. Yeah, that was also a thing. People often fell asleep in like voice chat. People were a lot more comfortable back then than they are now, and they would just like fall asleep in voice chat. I mean, sometimes you guys fall asleep in voice chat and I move you to timeout. Which is kind of adorable. Please don't tell me you and an ex sleep in the same bed as another girl. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. You guys sleep in voice chat? Sometimes people will fall asleep, but not typically. No. Normalize singing lullabies of the... Dude, I need to get out of this house. Every time my dog barks, I think they're fighting and I go into instant fight or flight. I wish I was kidding, but like actually. Like the other day, my sister, I was in call, right? And then I heard my sister screaming, right? And it turns out she was playing a game, but like I ran downstairs and I thought something happened to her. And I was so scared. Like I feel like I'm gonna get a heart attack like every other day, you know? Do you need a lullaby to calm down? I don't know about that. I don't know if that would help. I just woke up and it's 11:28. My sleep schedule says bleeding out in an alleyway. I don't think it's bleeding out at this point, dude. I think it's actually 6 feet under. I was wondering why you weren't here. I was like, oh, is DJ asleep? Yeah. Am I moving sleepyheads to timeout, just tucking y'all in? That is kind of what it is, actually. That's how my mom reacts when I'm watching something and she hears crying from the video. Bro, your mom's going through the same shit. People are people. I had to take a friend's girl home late at a night one time, and the two of us spent the next few years pretending not to have feelings. Wow. I think that's more on them than you, Julian. That's kind of shitty of her to pretend to not have feelings. If she felt that she had feelings for you, then if she couldn't process them and get rid of them within a few months, then she should have just like ended that relationship. Oh, but I guess to be fair, you didn't say that she didn't end the relationship. So maybe it's fine. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a big deal if not for the opposite sex. Yeah, that's totally fair. My dad has accepted that my brother and I will indeed cuss out our screams when gaming. Well, you know, at least there's nothing bad happening. I've shared beds with friends before, so I never thought much about it. I think it really depends too. On the relationship. Right? I understand what gender has to do with anything. If chat realizes, I don't know if chat realizes that gay people exist. I mean, to be fair, I think the majority of people statistically are heterosexual typically. Right? So, like, if you assume, like, two people are heterosexual, then whatever. Like, for me, example, like, if my partner was, like, gay, and then they slept in the same bed as, like, someone of the opposite gender, then I wouldn't really care too much. Right? She did, in fact, end the relationship, but I wasn't about to start dating my heartbroken friend's ex. Honestly, I respect that. That's fair. It's good that she, like, took accountability and ended it. Right? A friend of mine was a little too permissive and non-jealous of her husband becoming friends with this girl over Discord until they began talking too much in private and shit escalated real quick. That has happened to me. Yep, they always stay just friends and then all of a sudden they're in the dungeon for 3 hours together and they're hiding their shit on their laptop. It do be like that. My wife and I have implicit trust in one another. I didn't tell you how I found you, I think, Amaya. So back when I thought you were gone for good, she was the one that found you and told me, "Aww, your wife is so sweet." I remember you telling me like a year and a half ago or something that you and your wife were both like, I don't know how to say this. I don't want to say this in like an egotistical way, but like at some point that guy was talking and I think it was like a year and a half ago or something, but he was like, yeah, my wife and I were talking about like, it wasn't quite this phrasing, but it was basically like the equivalent of like how fine you were the other day. And I was like, that's so cute. That's adorable. I'm a baseball player. There's nothing more gay than a heterosexual baseball player. Wrestling? Question mark. Good night, Puffy. Rest well. Oh, good job on finishing your taxes. I need to do that. I hope I die before I get to do my taxes. That guy does have a sweet partner. It's cute when you mention your wife. But yeah. I'm genuinely serious when I say I didn't think anything of it. But like now, obviously, I wouldn't be okay with that behavior. I wouldn't feel comfortable with it. Actually, it's funny because one of my very, very close male friends, right? One time we were just talking for a long time in voice chat, and then I realized, I was like, oh my god, it's like, is your partner okay with this? Like, are they comfortable with us talking? And they're like, oh, I'm single. And I'm like, oh, thank god. I was like worried that like I was making, like putting you guys in an awkward position, you know what I mean? But like, I mean, I guess it's a testament to how much I've grown as a person. I do think that there can be some more innocent interactions, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of that and read into every single interaction that people have with a sense of like underlying like romantic tension or sexuality or like sexual tension, right? I think it's very important that we value platonic relationships and we don't dismiss them and don't pollute them constantly with romanticism, right? Which there's nothing wrong with something being romantic or platonic, but I think that we should stop constantly making every single thing romantic. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know. I think that it's also a matter of respect. When you constantly twist something to be something it's not, it's kind of disrespectful to that person and to their relationship and their dynamic. You know? I don't think that we should be deeply naive about it like I was, right? And potentially hurt someone as a consequence. But I do think that we should also understand that these things can be platonic. Like, for example, if my very good female friend, right, had to go home late at night and she needed a ride and I was too tired, and my husband theoretically did not choose to like offer her a ride home, I would be disappointed in his character. You know what I mean? I should hope that if I'm marrying someone, I can trust them enough. That said, I am a deeply broken human being, and that is why I'm not in a relationship. I do not trust myself to trust someone else. So I'm not going to put myself or someone else through that until I'm at a point where I feel like I can have standards that will not be broken because I feel like some level of attachment, or until I can give someone trust that they are owed. You know? I don't think it's fair to other people. Other things, sure, perhaps I can compromise more on. You know, like maybe I don't need to have like a lot of income before I start dating. I feel like I should, but other people perhaps not, you know? She's basically my childhood sweetheart. Anytime I share news about Maya, she's all ears. She cares about what I care about. Your wife is a very lovely person. There can be, and it's nicer to be able to trust your partner with having platonic friends. Yeah, like I want my friends to be integrated. You know what I mean? It's nice to have your own friends, and it's nice for your partner and your friends to get along. And I think it builds a stronger sense of community too, especially if you have kids, right? The capacity in which you can trust people to be with your child goes up significantly, you know? I think genders can be friends without sexual or romantic energy, but it requires mutual respect of yourself and the other person. I agree. Sometimes I wonder how jealous I would be in a relationship. I suspect not that much, but I can't be sure without experience. I'm very jealous. I'm very, very jealous. Which is funny because I used to be very analytical about things. So I'd be like, oh, you're going to go play with this person? No biggie. That's all you're going to do. But then I got cheated on a million times. Actually, to be honest, I was always very possessive from the start. Oh, did you say something? I think... Oh, hold on. Let me allow your message. Bullying? Okay. Several of my friends have been having relationship issues recently, and I'm just sitting here like, man, I love being a whore. Hey, I mean, whatever works for you, right? As long as you're transparent and you're respecting people, do whatever you want. It's your body. You know? You say that until the breakup happens, and then the friends have to pick sides and it gets ugly. I think that if... It depends on what you broke up for. If they cheated on you, that's very different, right? Compared to like if you just went different directions. I think that you're very capable of having like amicable breakups, right? And I wouldn't expect my friends to choose, like completely choose, right? Obviously I would expect to be the priority to my friends, right? But I wouldn't expect them to cut off my partner unless we had a bad breakup. You know what I mean? I'll keep rooting for your happiness, whatever form it takes. Other VTubers. I can't believe my Oshi would be in a relationship. My chat. Oh. Do you have a boyfriend yet, Amaya? Can you get a boyfriend, Amaya? It'd be so nice if you had a partner. I've gone to a concert with my friend because her fiance couldn't make it. We drove down together and I made sure she was safe. If her fiance couldn't trust me with that, I get suspicious. Yeah, like if it was a situation like that, I'd be like, okay, sure, just keep me updated, you know? I think it also depends too, because if you have a partner that consistently shares information with you, so you don't have to ask, you start by building, you already have like a solid fundamental level of like trust. You know what I mean? Like my ideal person, I think, never makes me guess. You know? Like the people I have that are close in my life right now, I get affirmations of how important I am and how much they love me without me having to ask. You know? One of my best friends, he knows I'm a pretty insecure person, so he'll reassure me without me asking, which I really appreciate. Actually, both of my male best friends do that. Like, I never have to worry about where I stand with people for the most part. Or like I can dismiss them as brainworms because in them communicating with me consistently and them consistently showing with their actions how they treat me, how they value me, I am able to trust them more. You know what I mean? And I realized that when I developed those relationships where I didn't have to constantly wonder so much, like with my really close friends, as like, oh, so I'm not completely broken as a person if people treat me certain, like in a certain manner. I can trust them and I can respect them and their own autonomy. And then I realized after a while, oh, maybe I wasn't entirely the problem. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I, like, part of my own possessiveness and part of my own insecurity, or like a large amount, is not just based off of me, right? But it's not like it was always me. And it took me a long time to realize that people didn't exactly do a good job building trust with me. You know what I mean? Poison tasters accepting partner applications for Amaya, like the IRS internet relationship survey. We gotta make sure they're worth their time and not a bum. Yeah, should I vet a future partner with you guys? You know? What is this? Oh, it's just you, my dear. It's nice that you pay attention to it. I'm happy you pay attention to it, Nemo. Do you guys ever listen to the same music that I'm listening to when you see it appear on screen? I hope you do. I want you to experience the same things I experience. It's very nice. Especially since I think I have pretty good music taste for the most part. I do like some questionable music though. One of my female friends was juggling 7 guys at one point in her life. Let me just mention meeting her always with a different guy was weird as hell, to say the least. I mean, I can't imagine that. If they're all aware of it and they're okay with it, sure. Then I guess so. But like for me, no. Aki vetoes every application. It's funny because Aki gets so upset. She gets so upset when I talk about like past people that have even liked me. Oh, you're listening to reggae? I see words or movement and my eyes will snap to them. You would fail that ADHD test we did yesterday. Oh, guys, when we were doing the videos, we were in Discord watching like videos and we were doing like the tests together, right? And it would be like, what's your words per minute? Or can you pay attention to this? Or we were listening to like anime theme songs and we had to guess them and we were all guessing them together, or like game theme songs. And one of them was, you look at the circle in the middle and you can't look away, or like you have to really pay attention to the circle constantly, right, for 300 seconds. And then other people, or like, sorry, not other people, but things are like popping up in the corners or like whatever, and you would see them and you had to pay attention consistently to the circle. I passed. Yeah, anyways, you would fail, Nemo. So I would fail every single one, especially the circle one. You have to like hyper focus, Ace. Why would you say that? What did I do? No one is jumping on this grenade. I'll have you know, a lot of people have asked me out, and not just because I'm a girl on the internet. You know, okay, you know how many people I fixed and then they come crying back to me and they're like, I'm sorry, I should treat you better, blah, 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 blah. Dude, one dude spent like a year and a half consistently trying to get back together with me. I said no. Being a girl on the internet is cheating though. It kind of is. It kind of is cheating. You see the 7 guys, I don't see how you could ever properly form a connection with that many partners. C already feels like too much. Over double that feels... Yes, I concur. I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure to an extent. I mean, to be fair, it's like simultaneously, right? I can't imagine. It's just you only have so and so much energy to divert and spend. You know? I had a situation where I let my friends choose. No hard feelings. My ex and I had a bad breakup, but I told my friend, who ended up being really close to her, that she doesn't have to pick sides. My friend ended up being the godmother to her kids, and my ex is now her maid of honor for her upcoming wedding, where I'm going to as well. Oh my god, Exceed, I'm so sorry. When you say bad breakup, like, did she cheat on you or something? You seem like someone who'd be great from a distance, but I also think being a streamer is a bit of a turnoff. That might just be me. To be honest, I think that's fair, actually. It's not an appealing job for everyone, and I understand that. But I will say, too, the way I stream is fairly different from other people. In my experience, at least in the VTuber sphere, it's very different. You know, for like just general like Twitch streamers and stuff, it's not that different. But VTuber sphere, it's very different. Yeah, what do you call it? I personally would want someone with more stability. That's the main factor for me. And I don't feel so comfortable with a sense of like privacy that I personally would not want to date another streamer. I don't think I want to date another VTuber, especially. You know? Stable in this economy? I know, it's crazy, right? I'm curious though, what is the turnoff? Is it because it's a very social job? Or would it be because public figure? Or would it be just like the inherent, like, I guess parasocialism involved? I'm so curious, because I can think of a bunch of reasons. Polling doesn't interest me in the slightest. But I do understand that people might want different things from different people and it might not always be a deep connection. Yeah, it's something that I find a little incomprehensible, admittedly. But I mean, if it works for other people, sure. I think you have to be very, very specific for certain things to work. You know, I think that unfortunately a lot of poly relationships, or maybe perhaps fortunately for some people, right, would, how do I put this, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out 90% of the time. Those are valid reasons we turned off, but personally I wouldn't really mind. Well, part of the reason, for example, I would not date another streamer is because I just, like, I always worry about how messy it would be. Plus, I'm not typically interested in anyone ever anyways. I think that's a strange relationship with chat. I think I'd be worried about all the people making suggested comments in chat. I think it depends on the person, right? But I mean, like, realistically, if your partner goes out in public and someone hits on them, are you gonna hold that against them? Like, that's just inherently what happens when you have, like, an attractive partner. Because other streamers are crazy. Mildly, but also because, like, I don't know. I just, like, I feel uncomfortable. I'd rather date someone out of the sphere if I was going to date anyone again. I think that a strange relationship with chat is also a large generalization, and it really depends on the streamer. Streamer relationships feel like celebrity relationships. They kind of feel manufactured sometimes. I don't... I'm a very open person, but simultaneously I'm very private. You know? Guess who got benched for my next game? Dude, you're benched in this life. I think the rule of streamers dating is chat absolutely cannot know. I think it depends on the people, honestly. Some people make it work. It depends on the audience you cultivate. I think that a lot of you guys are misunderstanding something. Different people have different chats. Different chats want different things from their streamer. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I might do ASMR sometimes, but I don't offer, like, a GFE experience. Or, like, a GFE, you know? Whereas, if you watch a GFE streamer, right? What you can get away with and what is expected of you are very different things. Which, I mean, if that works for everybody, that's fine, right? But that's not who I am. There are a lot of streamers that are married and in relationships now, but it's usually not with other creators. I think you... For people that are in a relationship and dating, it's like... And they're public about it. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because obviously you'll lose some people, right? But if someone is watching you only because they think they have a chance with you, I don't think that's healthy for either of you, neither the viewer nor the streamer. You know? Chad, should I ask my crush out? Fuck it, we ball. Go ahead. Godspeed to you, dude. Good luck. But think of the fantasy. There is no fantasy, guys. I believe in you, David. You got this. Let's all root for David and their crush. At least you'll know any man going for you has good taste in women. Yep. No, streamers do GFE, but people do tend to overlap emotional attachment to streamers, or at least the community. Okay, but I think you forget, like, for example, people who have idols that they really like, right? Some of their happiness depends on their idol, or like a TV show. Have you ever gotten sad when your favorite media ended? Like your favorite TV show, you felt a sense of emptiness and loss because that TV show was there for you during a very rough time in your life. You know? I feel like that's also like a form of attachment akin to parasocialism. I don't think it's that much different for some people. For some people, mind you. It's part of your routine. Doesn't it feel shitty when you don't have your routine? You go home every day and you watch a streamer, right? It sucks when you can't watch that streamer. Jokes on you, I like One Piece, but I get what you mean. No, but season 1 ended recently. It's over. It's a little different. Ironic since VTubers is my first when the VTuber ends. Wait, what? VTubers is my first when the VTuber ends. Huh? Well, the reason I say akin to parasocialism is because the media doesn't interact with you, but a streamer can interact with you. There is an inherent difference, yes. I wonder actually what the definition. Because parasocialism specifically refers to people, typically. It looks like you could do it with fictional characters though, but is fictional character a VTuber? Like if someone plays a character? I'm not sure. Yeah, imagine what it's like to know your favorite is streaming 6 days a week, but you basically work so much you miss every stream. That's crazy. The reason we can cry at sad movies because of a parasocial bond. Dude, you struggle to cry. Shut the fuck up. I lost an entire summer. It's okay. Whenever I see should I ask my crush out in chat, and the streamer says go for it, I expect the next line to be will you go out with me. I actually never expect that, surprisingly. Maybe I'm the only one, but if my favorite streamers, yes, including you, Amaya, say, aw, found a partner, I think holy shit good on them for finding a good noodle in this dating market. Aw, that's so wholesome, Mint. I appreciate you saying that. I would feel similarly. Because people are fucking trash. I become more of a misanthrope every single day. Like, actually. What's up, old man? How are you doing? Oh, actually, dying old man. Did you see that you won for runner-ups in the clipping contest? If you guys like, I can announce it here. One moment. If you are here... Okay, the first prize winners are Nova, Sarah, Bridge, Josh. And the runner-ups are BenchBob, Huntail, GGVTube, Ultimate Dragon, Late to Party Slowpoke, Is So Good, Kiko, and Dying Old Man. Yay! So make sure that you got your email stuff within the next 3 days. Make sure to check it within the next days. Shut the fuck up, Peanut. I may be entirely wrong about this, but I think VTubing tends to result in less of the problematic parasocial because anonymous. You are very wrong in that, actually, Julian. I would say it's arguably way worse because it stems from idol culture. Which idol culture, it definitely has its like good things and bad things about it, right? As everything does, right? This is not to hate on idol culture, but there are certain expectations, for example, not having a partner that follow from idol culture, along with like GFE. Not that idols are GFE, but like it is something that's kind of a little more unique to VTubing compared to other things, at least in my opinion. I don't really see too many normie GFE streamers. Do you guys? I do have a Discord server, but I do not encourage playing soccer in the Discord server. Because I don't even think you can do that, dude. I don't think so. Uh-huh. I'm still mobile having dinner. Oh yeah, I didn't finish my food. Good night, Frog. Rest well. Yes, but how it's done is extreme. The whole parasocial aspect could be not acknowledged for some, but others couldn't. That couldn't is usually damaging and could be harmful versus not being parasocial. I was trying to understand that sentence. You can scroll down on Twitch and then you'll see a hyperlink to Discord. You can just click on the image. I'm trying to understand what you were saying. Are you basically saying some people won't be aware of how parasocial they are and that's problematic for them? I don't disagree. That it's a very slippery slope for some people. I don't think attachment in any form, like, okay, I don't think attachment at its basic form is problematic, right? It's how it develops afterwards, which is true. You know? You know, it's funny because I just saw on Twitter your partner asking, would you still love me if I was warm? Boring, predictable, nonsense. Your partner asking, would you still love me if I was a VTuber? Terrifying, strikes fear in your heart, could be the truth. I would not want to date a VTuber. Also, like, sometimes when I get maros that are confessions, I'm like, dude, if you can send me a maro confessing your love to me, you could like another streamer. In that, I'm inherently uncomfortable with that thought. You know? Attachment is not the problem, too much is. Exactly, and it's like when you can't differentiate reality, you know? Oh, this is such a cute bag, what the heck? I kind of want this, but where am I gonna wear this? I don't go anywhere. Oh, there's a circular version. Oh, that's actually pretty small. Is it real leather, though? I don't know. Sorry, I was looking on Twitter. Oh. Sorry, I set an alarm. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I set an alarm because I thought I changed something in my stream deck, but then I realized I didn't. Loki, I can't find the link? That's because you're fucking blind. You scroll down on Twitch. Here, let me go to my channel. You scroll down, and then it literally says Discord, and then you click on it. You just click on it. It's easy. I've always said every streamer needs a little parasocialism, otherwise they can't form a connection with their audience, but claiming that VTuber is when things get out of hand. Wait, what do you mean claiming that VTuber is? A real fan would send their confessions through donuts for everyone to see. Yeah, if you're gonna confess your love to me, then give me money. I'm not gonna accept, but like, might as well. I'll take it. But like, actually, I would kind of feel bad, to be honest. Does this still count as a parasocial relationship if both streamer and chat are doing it but respectful of boundaries and know it's not really serious at the end of the day? I think about this a lot because I think that majority of streamers have somewhat of an attachment to their chat, right? Like, actually. But like, I still think it's parasocial because the dynamic is always going to be skewed. It's always going to be one-sided in some capacity. The mentality is very important to me and no one should talk to them and be with them to taint this love I have. Yeah, I think that's when you start to get controlling, that's a problem, yeah. The people who donate thousands of dollars to streamers are wild to me. I think money means different things to different people.
Is that money for me?
Okay, bet, I love you, platonically. Domena's sorry, but my parasocial love belongs to Vivian from Zenless Zone Zero.
Is that money
for
me?
I am terribly parasocial. I think I have a problem. I treat VTubers like Pokemon.
Sorry, I saw 6-7 and I skipped it. Thanks ago. I saw it and I skipped it. Hi, Fury. I was like, nah, not on my watch. Imagine donating thousands of lives. Haha, I would never do that. Okay, hear that. This is what I think. For different people, what money means to them means different things. This is something I struggle to understand because of my relationship with money, right? But I think for a lot of people, money can mean a tool to make those that they care about happy. And I think for people who watch streamers and decide to support them financially, right? That is a method in which they use. For example, when you, I don't know, whoever here has donated to charity, it's a cause you want to support, right? I'm not saying I'm charity, right? But it's something that you want to see succeed. And you can feel similarly about people. You know, that's why there's like Oshi push culture, you know, where you push your Oshi and people make clips and they make art of them because there's a sense of community and wanting to see someone succeed. And I think for a lot of people too, your relationship that you build in watching a stream, right? And interacting with that streamer, you're not just building a relationship with the streamer, you're building a relationship with everyone that's in the community. My community hangs out all the time without me, dude. Right? I don't need to be in call for people to be in call hanging out. And I'm very happy that that is the case. But to me, it's not just, yes, I'm like the central figure and pillar of this community, right? But simultaneously, I'm also providing a space where we build our own community. It's not just me. You're developing your own little home with other people that have the same common interest and the same person in common, and you expand upon it, you know what I mean? Me and Money don't talk much since the family reunion. Me and Money don't talk much, period, dude. You know? And I think that it says a lot about the community you cultivate, and this isn't just like to praise myself, right? But like it says a lot about the community you cultivate in both like the person who cultivated it as well as the people who, like, my community would not be what it would be if not for you guys, right? I choose who stays in my community, but you guys choose who you interact with in the community and in what capacity. I just happen to pick people that I feel are of fairly decent character, that I think respect one another very well. You know? I don't know if that makes sense. Does this make any sense? It's not just me making the community. It wouldn't be what it is if not for you guys. That means you chose for me to stay. Yes, if I didn't like you, you'd be banned. Pumpkin time for this pleasant Tuesday. I'm glad to be back. Also glad to see you again, Amaya. I didn't mention this sooner, but your brush up looks gorgeous. I'm glad you like it. I was somewhat nervous as to how people would, I guess, react to it, but I'm glad that you enjoy it. I wish I can feel, but I'm pretty new here, so, well, honestly, dude, I don't even feel things most of the time. But if you decide to stick around, I hope you have a good time here, girl. Ooh, she approves of me being here. Sit. Sit. Behave, Nori. This is easily one this is welcoming community. Okay, this is easily one of the most welcoming communities, or the better one. To me, it's the best one. Aw, I'm glad you feel that way, Waste. It feels weird calling you living waste in that, you know, in that sentence, but I'm glad that you feel that way. Good night, David. Good luck with your crush. I can get banned in seconds if I wanted. Never mind. I take back my good luck. Fuck you. If it works out, let me know. If it doesn't work out, actually also let me know so I can laugh. Bro, I just got here. And you were playing Helldivers in Discord yesterday. Yeah. Is that what you're gonna do, Mangoes? You're gonna go all COD lobby? Actually, I wonder what it's like. We were talking about the biggest like games on Steam yesterday, like in terms of storage, because explain to me why Uno takes up more storage than Oblivion. It's literally bigger than Oblivion. Game of the Year edition, dude. Okay, guys, don't pretend to say slurs. That's not funny. No, I'm not joking. I'm not kidding. I looked this up yesterday because I was installing Darktide, and I don't know why I get throttled every single time on Steam. Okay? Uno was almost 9 gigabytes, and then Oblivion, Game of the Year edition, is 5.58 gigabytes. I'm not kidding about this. Like, huh? Once upon a time, Des needed to fit games on discs and cartridges. Back in the day, Lano. How are you? It's insane, dude. Uno's hella smooth, but it keeps crashing. Is it really hella smooth if it keeps crashing, dude? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's kind of crazy though. Everything is so fat nowadays. Obesity just isn't in North America. It's in games. Like... Fallout 3 Game of the Year edition. 8.71 gigabytes. I think that's actually smaller than Uno. I just got here. What did Uno do this time? It was fat, Santa. I'm talking about how much storage is required. I don't understand why Uno is almost 10 gigabytes, dude. It's crazy. Helldivers 2 is only like 23 gigabytes now if you have it on SSD and pick the Prod Slim version. Dude, my Helldivers runs like shit. I like Helldivers and it's fun to play Helldivers, but it constantly crashes. Like, I can't even get in the game half the time. Damn, we won't lose obesity to video games. I'm gonna go eat an entire pizza right now. What kind of pizza would you get? I kind of want ham and pineapple right now. Ham and pineapple would be nice with chili flakes on it. Behind my eyes, I'm in the kitchen. I'm trying to shake the feeling, but it's kind of nice though, actually, that they actually changed the storage requirements. I might play it. I'm gonna play Darktide tonight. Does anyone want to play Darktide? That'd be nice. Same, I'm a newbie around here, so I'm still in the tuning phase. I'm curious for people that that are newer in the community, that are still adjusting. What is your impression? It's always nice to see what people think, if they're capable of thinking. Vox engine? Nani kore? What's Vox engine? Oh yeah, but actually apparently the biggest game is actually, I think it's Call of Duty. That's why I was bringing it up when Call of Duty was mentioned. Because I think it's like 300 gigabytes or something. Something like that. Excuse me, my hair is teal. Incapable of thinking. Yeah, this chat. Hi, servitor. I'm new and it's very nice here. Yeah, you look new. I think you're insane, but quite entertaining. I'm mentally ill, so... I saw this quote, right? Hold on, I have to find it. It's on my private Twitter. Where is it? I was reading Amana, and in it said, the moment I realized he couldn't live without me. He really couldn't live without me, and that I was the only one in the world who could make him feel so pathetic. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction and dominance sent chills down my spine. And I never related so much to a character in my life, dude. I was like, oh, that's me! To be able to just completely, like, ruin someone, but obviously choosing not to, is like, that's true love, guys. I've been here since 10 minutes ago. I've just been looking at the jellyfish haircut. Actually, it is pretty jellyfish now that I think about it, because you don't really see it, but I actually have twin tails. Nobody looks at the twin tails, because no one can see the twin tails. Most of the time, see? Oh, what the heck? What happened to my desk? Bro, it oh, never mind, it didn't disappear. I just was zoomed in, that's why. I think we all just have different flavors of mental problems. I mean, if we're online, probably, yeah. Enjoying all you Aerunia girls. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Okay. I will say, I am someone who, I have like anhedonia, so I don't really feel much in general, right? Or I very much struggle to feel. And so if someone says they love me, from my perspective, it's very easy to feel momentary happiness because of someone, right? But to feel empty without them, to me, that's more accurate attachment. You know? I challenged her in Bloodborne and lost, so I had to subscribe. Was that really the reason? Was it? Warm and open communion gathers around kind-hearted center pillar called Amaya, somewhat weird. Quotient of the Lurkin. I mean, that's fairly accurate, I guess. I feel like... I don't know how to describe it. You seem jumpy, you're quite chill though, but I know you're a bit crazy based on what your gen mates said about you. What have my gen mates said about me? Wait, give me examples, girl. I'm so curious now. I am what I call rationally unhinged. I have unhinged thoughts, right? But I rationalize my thoughts and I respond appropriately. No comment. What do you mean by this, Arrow? I was gonna redo the challenge as she played today once she got the Bloodstar Beast. Were you just gonna be like, oh yeah, I don't know, if I do it faster, then I can unsubscribe from you and I don't have to be here. But I don't even play Bloodborne, you're here, man. She's an unhinged person who masks it by trying to rationalize things. I don't mask it. I'm very open about how unhinged I am, right? Look at the time for me to make lunch. I think it's time for you to fucking explain. Get back here, you rat. Don't be a pussy. I'm very open about it, right? Okay, here's the thing. I know I'm very twisted, right? But I don't want to be someone I can't live with. So I'm not going to hurt people more than I already do. Okay, it's different. You know what I mean? I know that these things about me are not healthy and it's not fair to push them on another person. Why you think I'm single? Okay. Later, mangoes. Have a good rest of your night. So, for example, sometimes it makes me happy to see people cry over me. Do I do things that will make them cry? No. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everyone in Aerunia has unhinged thoughts. Hero is the least unhinged, while Lumina is the most unhinged from what I've experienced. I think it's like a tie between Mina and I, but we're both unhinged in different ways. You know? I'm very grateful you choose not to destroy me because we both know you could. I could. I could say very hurtful things just to see someone care about me or chase after me, but I don't. Younger me, though. Different case. I imagine how people would act at your funeral. Believe it or not, I treat people typically fairly well. You know? Oh, do you mean like I would imagine how people act at my funeral? Oh yeah, no. I imagine this all the time. But the thing is, I don't have many friends, so like no one will be at my funeral, unfortunately. All my friends are all mine for the most part. But sometimes I think, like, I'll fantasize about dying and then people being sad about me dying. You know what I mean? Do you guys ever fantasize about this? Will you invite us? Fuck no. Funerals don't look flattering. Funerals are expensive, just don't die. See, that's why I said to my family, I'm like, yo, cremate me so it's cheaper, right? It turns out it's actually not cheaper to cremate someone, which is kind of insane. I'm so glad you're an anime girl on the internet because in-person Amaya would be my fucking kryptonite. That says a lot more about you, Peanut, than me. Kana and Hio are more normal. You and Mina can say some crazy things. I filter a lot of my crazy thoughts too. I wouldn't invite you guys to my funeral because I don't think anyone looks flattering when they're dead. You know, and I think you wouldn't have this. Actually, I'm very curious though, if the very first time you saw an online friend was at their funeral. Because when you interact with someone in your day-to-day life, right? There's a sense of liveliness that you have from their actions, right? You can see all the things that make them them. You can see their mannerisms, like how they shuffle from foot to foot, how they might end their sentences. You get a more accurate idea of the cadence in which they speak because you can see it physically manifest on their face, right? Or their face. But when someone dies and you never got to see them alive, I'm very curious as to how your perspective would be, because you don't get to see the difference, you know what I mean, in what they were like when they were alive versus when they're dead. It's a body that's there, but you don't associate it with the person you know because you didn't get to meet that person. Even if you saw them, like their actual appearance, like you talked on webcam or something, right? It's very different, you know? Does that make sense? And I think it's like a very alien, indescribable feeling that you would have. I never met your body, I knew your spirit. Yes, I think that's a very good description for it. It's like a whole career of people whose job it is to make you look flattering. I know. And I will be honest, I think that there's a sense of beauty in being like, I don't remember what the term is, but basically like, I don't know, I'm gonna call it like mortician makeup artist. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call it, right? And I think that there's a sense of beauty in preserving the last, like, some dignity for someone who has passed on, you know? No, there's like a special, it's not being a mortician, there's like a special occupation for it, I think, for specifically funeral makeup. I think it's very beautiful and kind to be able to give their loved ones a last look that maintains their dignity and perhaps who they were in some respect. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? I think it depends on how you view people. Do you view them how you see them in your head, or do you view them how they choose to be present, present themselves to you? To me, a body is just a body. I disagree fundamentally, because for example, you can't see the gestures I'm making. You can't see the way I express myself fully. You know? You lose access to all these parts that make me me, in me only being a VTuber or only knowing like me online. You know, like if someone like webcammed with me regularly, right? They still wouldn't be able to see everything I do that makes me me. They still wouldn't be able to see how I go about my daily life. They don't have this information that contributes to how you view them as a person or what may make them charming, you know? Mortuary cosmetologist. Ah, thank you, Julian. That makes sense. Unable to observe her egg yolk. Yeah, you guys can't see it when I make a little heart with my hand. It's so saddening. So sad. I feel kind of awkward actually, but I still feel a bit sad regardless, since I met two people that are dead first. I think I would feel sad. I think I would feel... Hold on, let me try and imagine if my friends died. Crazy sentence out of context. I think I would feel a sense of loss. Not just a sense of loss because someone died and I'll never be able to. Do me imagine if I died? I'm sorry, I did not imagine if you died. You guys will never know who I imagined if they died. Which actually, funnily enough, the person that I imagined, if they died, I'd seen the most IRL content of. And I think that's part of why. Okay, now imagine if you won $1 million. Hold on, guys. Put your hopelessness aside. I'm trying to think here. Let's see. I think it's just like inherent that like I'm just gonna immediately imagine the person I know the most IRL like content about. You know what I mean? Because it's like you just make the association. Could I? I don't know. Hold on. Damn it, I did just lose the game. Fuck. What's wrong with you? How could you do this to me? I was winning for like weeks. Who here actually still remembers that, by the way? Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Hiko, you said to imagine whether or not, like, imagine me winning $1 million, right? This is what you wanted me to imagine? Okay, let me manifest. I'm closing my eyes. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I got it. That gets a graduation hat. I'm saved. Actually, hold on. I think I have a transparent version. Do I have a transparent version? Yeah, there you go. Guys, I just imagined I won $1 million. Later, bitches. I'm out. I'm out of here. Wait. Just remember, this is all Hiko's fault. There you go. Look at this. Nah, I think I'd still keep working even if I won $1 million. I think I would just change things, perhaps. You know? Yeah, I like turning other people against one another. It's very nice. I have to scroll up now. How about seeing someone alive but you never see them again, knowing that they're dead? I think if I experienced that, I'd never be able to stop hoping. You know? I don't think I would ever be able to stop hoping that that person is out there. I think it's important to see someone die. And it's important to see someone's corpse, genuinely. It needs to set in for you, for a lot of people, because you really do become like you're in denial. I'm just gonna put that every streamer I've seen in years just won the lottery now. I mean, to be fair, I mean, a lot of people, they just kind of like, they just drift, you know? It's easy to ghost on the internet. Most of the time, something doesn't actually happen to them. If I win $1 million, the first thing I do is max out my Canadian RRSP and FHSA to lower my taxes. I'll keep this in mind for when I win the lottery one day. It doesn't sink in until you see the body, and I know... For me, I've had like... not a person, but I've had an animal like die in my arms, and even then you don't believe it. So I know it can be hard for people, but if you're struggling and you have a loved one pass away, I do think it is important for you to process at your own pace. And I know it might be scary, but it's not. Think about what is best for you, and it's not the end of the world to see what remains of someone physically, because I mean, there are other ways that they can persist in your world. No matter what. I know this sounds cheesy, right? But like in some capacity, they will always be with you. Whether like your thoughts or whether it's in how they have helped shape you as a person. You know what I mean? We are told it's better to remember them as they were. That's like an active choice you have to make. You don't need to remember them as a corpse, right? But you do need to remember that like you don't have that accessibility anymore. You know? I've had to put down a few pets and I always like being there for them at the end. It feels like my responsibility. And it's lonely. You know? I think it's lonely. Portuguese has a word for missing someone without knowing if they're gone forever or not. Really? Did you guys know there's a word? I bring this up every like few weeks or whatever, but there's a word for realizing that everyone else has like complex, like lives as complex as yours, and it's like sonder, which I think is a very distinct realization, you know, that I often struggle with, because every time I think about how some people are treated online, right? I'm like, do people not realize that other people have lives? Although I will say sometimes you guys talk and I question if you're even human beings. Like I see the words that you type and you choose to speak and I'm like, are you a bot? Are you my little NPCs? I'm just kidding. Most of the time you guys are actually pretty good about it. It's very rare actually in my chat that people genuinely, that are regulars at least, are like that. But some of you guys, some of you guys are built wrong. I'll tell you that. Some of you are fucking built wrong. Not that I'm not, but like still. You know? Don't feel guilt for not feeling bad. It might be a delayed or long-term reaction. It's true. Sometimes it takes time to process. You know? Are you acquainted with the dictionary of obscure scrolls? So that's on my to-read list. I think that's the same one that this is from, right? I'm pretty sure. Obscure dictionary of obscure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same one. That's where I learned it from, because I was watching a video about it. And so I was like, oh shit, I want this one day. If I'm wrong, then I'm never right. That is definitely how it works. I know my funeral passing has been set in stone forever. I'm gonna get cremated and get out, put in the family plot like the rest of us.
Is that money for me? Have you heard about the high elves?
Oh my god,
Insert
shut up.
collision noises.
I'm hearing it in my head. Damn it. It's all stuck in my head. Thanks, Derpy. Oh, I didn't see this from you, Nori. Important question. When you do heart, is it two hands making a half, or do you do it with the two fingers with thumb and index finger? No, I do. Sometimes I do both, but usually I like cock my head and then I put my hands in a heart together near my, like, one side of my face. That's what I usually do. Also, thank you, Nori. Years ago in high school, a friend of mine told me he had a PlayStation and an Xbox. I'm that old and I got so jealous at thinking his parents were cooler than mine. Wait, what prompted this? Oh yeah, teachers existed outside school. You know, it's funny that you say that, Julian, because has anyone watched, what's his name? Teacher. Oh. Oh, here. I love this guy's videos. This is the exact same thing you're talking about. Oh, it's about how people have more complicated lives than you realize. Oh. Sorry, that didn't click to me. I just think of how other people have their own, like, relationships and obviously their own struggles, and I think it becomes like this whole web that simultaneously appears. And I get confused, and I'm like, dang. Speaking of that, I saw a Reddit thread that was talking about life is much easier and more enjoyable if you just think like an NPC. Thus was in relation by letting young people be the protagonist, and as you get older become the NPC. Dude, I'm so fucking sad or like sick of main character syndrome. Please God, no. No. Sorry, I'm playing with a tape measure. I love my teachers from high school. My English teacher was also in the military before she started teaching. She did similar stuff to what I do. Aw, that's wholesome. I'm glad you had good role models. One of my teachers was a cousin, like 3rd degree or something. I still get updates about him from my mom sometimes. Was that weird for you? I feel like it'd be a little weird. Actually, oh, one time my sister taught at my school. I don't think I've ever told you guys this. Actually, maybe I did. But yeah, one time my sister literally taught at my school and people would think she was a student. And I did not understand. Neither of us understood. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't tell you guys this. I swear I have, but it must have been a long time ago. But yeah, this happened when I was in like junior high, mind you. People thought she was a student and I'm like, huh? Like, she doesn't look that young. I think people just can't tell because we're Asian. So, you know. New meme lore dropped. Update the wiki, dude. Please, someone update my wiki page. I don't like the other stuff on my wiki page. The important stuff isn't there. Some people wrote some weird heckin' stuff, dude. Let me look at my wiki page. I will say, out of like context, people Google Amaya Whisper past life. Guys, I'm public about it. To be fair, I have like 5. Shit. Dude, I'm getting ads on my own wiki page? Fuck off. Well, this is interesting. Wait, hold on a second. Someone actually did update it recently. Guys, let's read my wiki page. Amaya is a sassy girl with a very clear speech tone and a genuine tsundere profile. Her habitual calm gets broken only when she cannot resist to laugh at something very funny, turns angry or scared. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Growl, you said earlier that I'm easily startled. Yeah. I actually almost like ran downstairs because I thought my sister was yelling again. I flip my shit when I hear yelling. It's trauma, so it's actually quite funny because I get very startled. Turns angry or scared. When she teases someone, she either takes an arrogant tone or uses sarcasm. She doesn't hide either being a generate. She believes in altruism and gets a proud feeling helpful. I believe in altruism. Wasn't I talking about this in members the other day? Hi, Kudo. I don't know. Do I believe in altruism? What, guys, what did I say in members about altruism? I was saying that technically there's no true altruism if you have any gratification whatsoever, but are we really going to argue about whether or not it's altruistic to feel slightly happy at having helped someone, you know? Why are we making members stuff string in my head? You're so right, girl. So right. You're altruistic now? I give you guys a lot of advice and help without prompting, okay? I don't mind. I don't think it's a big deal. Her streams are generally chill. She tries her best to always look sincere and make feel people comfortable. Who proofread this? I appreciate the effort, but who proofread this wiki page? Due to her ADHD, she easily gets lost in too many topics of conversation in a short span of time. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Why is this the only quote on my wiki? You know how many good quotes I have? And then you guys don't have them? I can't believe this. You guys need to work better at this. This is the only quote on my wiki. What is the word? You know, whenever I forget a word. You know what I remember? I remember the word for forgetting words, which is dysnomia. Why? Why am I like this? Amaya, getting casually lost in her lexicon. Chat. Bruh. Yeah, thankfully the part that I did not like on my wiki page was removed. I thought that said suck on toes. There's an Amaya Toes Twitter account. It's interesting. And then, okay, I remember the last time... Okay, you guys is like the general consensus, okay? You little hive mind. Is that the one with the period tracker? Which one? Guys, I remember looking at my wiki page because I was looking to see if my height was on there and I was curious, right? And then I noticed something was different. For the first time in a long time, my wiki page was updated, and the one thing updated on my page was she's in denial about being lactose intolerant. She gets stomach aches every time she eats cream pasta. To be fair, who doesn't get stomach aches whenever they eat cream pasta? I don't think this is like... I feel like this is a universal experience typically, okay? Why was that the only thing updated in so long? I don't... Liars, liars, liars! You're all so full of shit. Your eyes are brown. Stop talking. I don't get stomach aches. Do you even have a stomach? Like Alfredo cream or cream of mushroom? Mostly Alfredo. I think it's honestly mostly cheese. Because I don't really get like stomach aches when I eat ice cream. I think it's just cheese. I do have a tongue piercing. Wait. See? Yeah, I don't know, man. How'd you guys only just notice I have a tongue piercing? Aha. Eh? I can't believe you didn't notice. Get young. No thoughts, head empty. Why do I still wanna call you? Oop, there you go, up here. They were looking at other things? True. I thought you just had a speech issue? No. Well, I don't have... Do you mean like IRL? I don't have a tongue piercing IRL. I have a tattoo. What?! What speech issue could I possibly have? Clarify. I did have a tongue toggle on my first model, and I had a tongue piercing on my first model too. No, I'm curious. Elaborate on what you mean. What speech issue do you think I could possibly have? I gotta go. Get back here. Fucking pussy. Grab all of her out-of-pocket quotes and add them to the wiki. I have some in Discord. Thanks, Nemo. No, I'm so curious. What speech issue could I possibly have? I stumble over my words, but that's because of my ADHD. That's not because of like a speech issue. I just formulate my thoughts and words at different speeds. Where is it? Hold on, I think it's on Starboard. I've had some very interesting quotes. Actually, one of my favorite quotes was when Kirby, who's no longer with us, said a long time ago, fuck, what was it, the quote about? I think I have it pinned. This is one of my favorite things. Hold on, I think it's still pinned. Oh shit, I forgot I have a Bible. Done with you, I'm ignoring you. I don't wanna know. Oh. This is what it was. A long time ago, this conversation happened. Oh gosh, what is this one? Here. A long time ago. So for context, Kirby is Italian. What would you call an Italian sub? And then I said Kirby. And then he said yes, Amaya. This is where I peaked, I fear. That's one of my favorites. I did not forget about it. Yeah, some of you guys are bots, I will say. Where is it? The starboard. No, I'm so curious. Do I have like a lisp or something? I don't think I really have a lisp. If I had a lisp, then I would sound like this. Actually, when I was in elementary school, there was someone that frequently had to be taken out of the class because they had speech therapy. And I remember being very confused. I feel like I typically speak fairly clearly. Like, IRL, I mumble a lot. But here... Oh, I forgot I said this. I don't care. I would rather you fuck my corpse than move on in life. I don't care. It's still mine. I would find it somewhat romantic, though mildly disturbing. I forgot about that one. I forgot I said this too. Sub should really be, you stick your dick in a sub and then you put the ingredients in and you go nom 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 and then you don't even need to add cheese because there's dick cheese. I forgot I said that too. The way your brain works. It does sometimes. Sometimes my logic is interesting, to say the least. Love your voice, pretty and clear and soft. Some people need their ears clean. Well, to be fair, it wasn't that my voice, but rather my speech. It's not a speech thing per se, but there are times when you stop in the middle of your sentence and look up slightly and start another topic entirely. Oh, that's because of my ADHD. That's not my speech. When you're playing your Bloodborne next, are you gonna train yourself? I'm not sure. Maybe next week. I'll see, depending on how I'm feeling. Let's see. I feel like I have more than this. Where? Doko. It's funny because I'm actually even more soft-spoken IRL. Oh, I forgot I said this. Buttholes are multi-purpose. They're like a Swiss Army knife. Bro, like one of the only pins of me saying I love you to chat was when I was drunk. Yeah, I remember this. I was drunk as fuck. Where is it? I don't have as many as I thought I did. But the ones I do have are very out of pocket. My right here standing next to you. I feel like a lot of them I said out loud. Yeah, they're interesting anyways, to say the least. Oh, I forgot OBS was there. Hello. It's so cute. I have the clip from the Donathon stream of you saying it. I did. You have to understand that I don't remember a lot of the things I say unless it can be used for an argument later on. It has to be something I can hold against people for me to remember whether or not I said it. Another crazy out of context quote. Actually, no, that's just a crazy quote in general. I can't deny that one. But yeah, I remember what other people say too, because you never know when I can use it against you. You never know. Actually, I have a very good memory. I'm just super ADHD. My short-term memory is like delayed processing. But my memory is actually quite good. Haven't you also said it once in a voice memo on Discord? Perhaps. That is very possible. I still remember when you said you cut your balls off and feed them to me. Oh, was this when I was talking about sashimi? It might have been. This is very possible. Only two people will tell you the truth when they're drunk or mad. Some people do both. I think that too, it amplifies your emotions into something that you wouldn't necessarily feel all the time. You know? Short-term memory on that 3 business day shipping. Honestly, it feels like that a lot. How many quotes were lost on the previous Discord too? Oh shit, you're right. Hold on, I can go check real quick. Oh, can I? Oh, hold on, I think I... No, my section was killed, dude. 9 and 5. Oh no, it just died. It's actually just dead. I thought it still existed. It was just dead. No, it got deleted. This is so sad. Oh well. It's okay, guys. We can always make more. As said before, when I described your voice as vanilla ice cream gushing down a sewer. Your voice is catchy and charismatic, but its language is vitriolic and venomous like Natarare and cannibalism. Do you agree with this, chat? Vanilla ice cream going down a sewer? I mean, I do spit vitriol, so maybe it's not that far off in some capacity. It's a funny description, I'll say that. I remember one from a previous Discord. Let me post in Discord. Let me see. What did I say? The best Amaya quote? I have no contact. You have a voice recording of this? Why do... What is this? I'm gonna listen to it first. Okay, this is in Discord. Nori just sent it. I don't know why you have this, but he would get pegged. Who was I talking about? What is the context for this? I said this? Someone asked Amaya to be mean with them and she went, no need. The 1,000 sperm demons on your mouth are punishment enough. Dude, I'm way funnier than I give myself credit for. Like, for real. I don't remember. Lads? Oh, yeah, that would make sense. I had no idea who said that. Oh, what's up, Nano? Oh, shit! I just adjusted this. That's crazy. Ah. Welcome in. This always happens to me. When people come in for the first time, or whenever I get raided, it's always the most out-of-pocket shit that they hear from me. Every goddamn time, dude. Sorry, my mic arm, like, I literally just tightened this 2 days ago. But I guess I shifted it too much and now it popped off my desk. Oh, heck. I'll just go like this. There you go. Do this. I think it goes here. Or maybe not. Ah, there you go. Just... Ah, there we go. Sorry, I had to finagle that. If it's always out of context shit, then the context is it just normal maybe and therefore in context? I don't know, man. No, maybe is like it doesn't matter. The most out-of-pocket stuff happens in VC. Quispy, can I say the thing I said to you? I said this because I know you're okay with it. I don't know if you don't feel comfortable with it, then I won't say it. But I thought that this was like crazy out of pocket. Okay? Hold on, let me... Yeah, that's me. Okay. I was gonna put on my music. I didn't want it claimed. Enjoy your food, DJ. Yeah, I feel like the thing is, even if I say out of context, that's crazy. But even in context, it's not good either. I don't remember it. Okay, if it's about a chair and what stepping off the chair. Also, Nori, you're gonna want to dip for this. I'm just letting you know, you're gonna want to dip for this for like 5 minutes. Hold on. I don't even remember half the things I say. Hold on, I was looking for a specific message. Oh, that was because you were being a smartass. Well, then you shouldn't have talked back to me. That's on you. Is anger and drug the truth? What is the nature of a person? What is the nature of a person? Their animalistic impulses or their identity they aspire to be? Okay. So, actually, hold on. I'm deciding. You have to understand that I typically filter my thoughts a lot, guys. I typically filter my thoughts a lot. So, I don't always say what I'm going to say. But I know certain people have different boundaries than others, right? Some people have a very dark sense of humor. I personally do, but I know that not everyone does. I wasn't just... Okay. I was chat restricted. It's different. Okay? But anyways, let me lead into this saying that everyone has different boundaries and things they're okay with. How I treat people... No, I didn't use slurs. Okay, how I treat people depends on the person, right? Different people are okay with different things. Can we establish this off the bat? Can we just get this clear? Crispy has a very dark sense of humor. I also have a dark sense of humor. Crispy was talking about how a long time ago, he's like, yeah, if I knew how to properly, like, make a noose, I wouldn't be here right now. And then I said to him, did you not have Google? In my defense, I asked if I could say it first. But I was like, did you not have Google? I asked him like, hey, can I say this out of pocket thing? And he was like, yeah, go for it. You know, it would never bother me. And I was like, did you not have Google, dude? And then he was like, no. And I'm like, oh, skill issue. But see, that's what I mean though. Like, everyone's okay with different things. If someone said that to me, I'd be okay with it. You know? I'd be fine with it. Cause like, I'm like, whatever. People can joke about whatever. There are certain things I have as pet peeves, right? My mother once said I couldn't drown myself if I fell in the ocean. Your mom was onto something. As a progenitor, she knows. That's supposed to be dark, but see, that's the thing. Other people have different senses of humor, right? What is okay with other people is not okay with others. But yeah, that's all I'll say on that. I don't even remember what prompted this, actually. What was I talking about? Oh, I was saying how I say out-of-pocket shit. What's up, Gucci? How are you? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, it's like... How do I put this? It depends on what I'm saying, but typically, I've realized that even in context... what I say doesn't get better. There are so many things, even this stream, for example, where if you took what I said out of context or in context, it doesn't matter. It's bad either way. Like, for example, when I said, I don't remember a lot of what I say unless it's something I can use against you later on. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't get better with or without context. There are 2 mods on Twitch. Well, Gucci's more just like a friend get mod type thing. I started giving out VIP more though. Context can't help you sometimes. I fear that a lot of the time it does not help me, frankly. I've only been on 2 voice chats and I caught a stray from Meme after movie night. That was funny as hell. Oh! I remember this. This was during Baby Driver. God, what did I say again? Oh, I was talking about first names and I said, like, oh yeah, if you have 2 first names, your parents don't love you. I was like, yeah, your parents don't love you. I'm just saying, it's true. If you have 2 first names, what happened there? Sorry to the people that have 2 first names in chat. And then I think I named a specific name too, and then you were like, oh my god. I was like, damn, I like double killed you. I'm sure not being aware of your words that come out of your mouth will never come back to bite you. What's your job again? Dude, I'm waiting for the Google Doc one day. But I mean, to be fair, I'm very open, you know. People will write a Google Doc about anything. It pissed me off because I'm telling you guys, there's nobody that has better comedic timing than me. It's impossible. Yesterday when we were in Discord, since we were watching all those like YouTube videos, right? We were watching one that like, you guessed the anime opening. And it was mid to late 2000s. And I said... I was like, guys, we need to watch out. If XXX Holic is here, then that means Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei is here. And it turns out Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei was playing as I said that. And then literally the next second, it showed that it was Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? How does this always happen to me? How? That was a different one. That was a different one though. That was only that one video that showed the anime clips. Or like the anime opening. You will finally learn what got your chat restricted from League. Okay, to be fair, who was in chat restricted around that time? I'm just saying, dude. I've been working on it and all of it's public knowledge so far. See? What are you gonna do? Cancel me? With what? The things I own up to right in front of you? I thought it was 2 of them? I don't know. We skipped some. Well, they would show clips afterwards. I would know I'm a functioning human being, so I don't play League. Yeah, keep it that way. I never got chat restricted in League. It's okay. You can lie here. I won't believe you, but... To be fair, I don't even think... One time where they said wasn't even that bad, dude. It really wasn't that bad. People were just babies. For some of it. I remember a long time ago, I was streaming League. And then I saw this Rengar. First red flag. Rengar player, right? Second red flag, I was playing Ezreal. Third red flag, they had a name. And it was like one of those names that has like the different characters and it was in all caps. And then I remember I was in the loading screen for this and I said, guys, how long until this Rengar tells me to kill myself? First gank, he tells me to kill myself. I was like, okay. Well, it was less than 10 minutes, guys. Only time I ever got reported was for spamming pinata on an enemy character on the Latin American server. That's funny. It's so hilarious. I can't remember being restricted in League, but to be fair, I played like 10 years ago. I got restricted a couple times. So... Later, Fury. I should probably call it too, because I actually want to eat, because I haven't really eaten today. I had a couple bites of food, but that's it. I didn't expect to be yapping for 4 hours. Congratulations, chat. I'm slightly less irritated than when I started. I wasn't actually toxic. Like, some of my friends were way more toxic than me. I said one really heinous thing in Dota once, but I never got in trouble. They gave you a chance. It wasn't. You also have to like. Actually, it wasn't that strict back then. Gonna queue for rank. See how this goes. Everyone, just get ready to have your little banner saying "Sorry about demoting to Gucci." Yeah. Let's see. Is there anyone I can read? Dun, 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 dun. Where is it? Can I read here? I could have done a quiz, but I could not be asked. I feel emotion. How long have you guys both been streaming? On, I move all day. Emotion. Oh, actually, one thing real quick. I need you guys to test how this sounds. Little, my emotion. Where would it be? I think it would be here. And then I do these. And then, yep, that looks good. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, does it even work anymore? I don't know. I think this is fine. Okay. How does this sound with reverb? Okay.
Does this sound any better? Or no? I feel like it sounds okay. Because I was thinking of using it for karaoke. Because I could not get the delay with Reaper to work. I feel like it doesn't sound bad, but yeah. Like you were in a tunnel. Okay, but it's for karaoke. It feels very filtered though. Is it different? Like a tin can. Hold on, let me hear it. Guys! It has reverb on it. Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, yeah, you're right. Why does it sound like this? This is so strange. Why does it sound like this? It didn't sound like this last time. No, but this is not the reverb I had on it. I didn't touch it. Okay, that's weird. Whatever.
I'll figure it out later. Anyways, Aerunia P, and I'm hungry, so I'm going to... Who did I read last time? Did I read Maple or Emory? Let's see how long. Okay, Emory has been streaming last time, but I raided her last time, so I'm gonna raid Maple actually. And let me say thank you real quick too. I didn't forget. Well, don't worry. Let me Ow, my boob hurts. Bummer. Let me do this. But thank you very much, Demo. Thank you, Quispy. Thank you, Hamas. Thank you, Nori. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Exy. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Neat. Thank you, Hiko. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Salt. Thank you, Sono. Thank you, Lemon. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Wiz. And then probably schedule a movie night and like next week, low-key too. I think that's everything. All right. Later, chat. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I just realized I can read both. I'll read both.